everybody. I'm Morgan Gard, and this is your Pack Preview. Our Wolves are traveling to Kokomo today to take on our KIAC rival, the Cougars of IU Kokomo. I'm joined with Coach Moore right now to talk about today's game. So, hello, Coach. How are you?
Good, Morgan. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you for coming today.
Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. So, before we talk about IU Kokomo, let's kind of look into the future a little bit. How are your recruits? I know you have a couple. We talked about them last time, but how are they looking?
They're all, I think they all pretty much fit our system. Our recruits they're not a specific position, so we're just kind of recruiting players who can just play 1 through 5. So I think they all kind of fit that mold, so I think that'll be good for us coming in next year.
Okay, so you're satisfied with the way they are looking right now?
Yes.
Okay, and do you have any other recruits in mind? I know you have some now, but are you looking at anybody else?
Not at the moment.
Okay. Now, a player that's coming back next year is Mackenzie Campbell. She was a big asset her freshman year, and now she's coming back next year. What are your plans for her?
Our plans for her right now are just, to make sure that she's 100% healthy and ready to go, and not really to push it too soon. I wasn't here obviously last season, but from what I've heard, she's a really good player who definitely impacts our program positively. So just really excited for her to come back. Like I said, not push it too soon. Just kind of go at her own pace and kind of, get her back into our system.
So do you think she's going to fit back in well with the new recruits and even being a year out?
Yeah. I mean, she's injured, but on the court, but off the court, she's still very much involved with the team. She's very much involved, actually more with the coaching staff this year, and it's not going to be, like a step back for her.
Okay, well, that's good to hear for her for next year. Now, looking at today, you guys are 11-1 at home and 4-7 away. How do you prepare differently for away games?
We prepare pretty much the same. Really, I don't know why our team plays better at home, but rather than away. But our preparation is basically the same. We just have to kind of get them in the mindset that it doesn't matter if we play at home or away. Still want the same result. We still want to play our game and kind of just do the same things we do to make us win at home.
Okay, and do you think there's a different mindset at playing a game like IU Kokomo where you come back home right afterwards instead of maybe a Point Park where you have to stay overnight?
No, not really. We know it's a short distance away, so play the game. It's a quick turnaround. Get ready for the next game. Okay,
well, IU Kokomo is today, and they are 4-7 in the conference. Knowing a team can be a threat at any time, how do you practice for a team like this?
We basically just stick with our game plan. It doesn't really matter what the team is doing. It just matters what we're doing. We just have to stick with, executing and just doing things that make us successful. So basically that's what we do.
Okay, well, Coach, I hope for a successful game for you today, and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm Morgan Gard, and let's take this one over to our live commentators at IU Kokomo.
Hello once again and welcome to IU East Women's Basketball here on the Red Wolf Sports Network. I'm Caleb Gillock along with Franklin Christ here at the Cougar Gym in Kokomo, Indiana. Tonight the 31st ranked IU East Red Wolves with a record of 16-9, 11-2 in KIAC play. We'll be taking on IU Kokomo, another regional campus battle here tonight. They have a record of 9-16, 4-10 in the Kentucky Intercollegiate Athletic Conference. Franklin, another good matchup here tonight for the Red Wolves.
Yeah, it should be. Shouldn't be a nice little test of IU East. They've been playing very well here on the road. Winners of 6 straight, the most in their short program history. So a good little test for them here with IU Kokomo. See if they can continue this nice little hot streak that they're on and continue to hold on to that solid first place position in the KIAC Colonial Division.
All right, well, IU East is coming off of a 68-48 win at Indiana University Southeast on Tuesday. IU East won both meetings against IU Kokomo last year, the first NAIA season for both programs. For IU Kokomo, they've lost their last three, most recently a 74-64 home setback against Asbury University on February 6th. The IU Kokomo Cougars are in the midst of a 6-game homestand, and IU Kokomo allows 63.6 points per game on defense, one of the top 50 defensive averages in the nation. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at the KIC standings really quick. In the Colonial Division, it's IU East on top right now, 11-2, followed by Point Park, 10-4. Ryler Grand in third, Ohio Christian fourth, Carlo fifth, and WVU Tech rounds out the Colonial Division with a 4-9 conference record. For the Capital Division, it's led by Asbury right now, receiving votes this week as well. They're 14-2 right now. Then Brescia 11-4. IU Southeast 8-6, Alice Lloyd 6-9, IU Kokomo 4-10, Cincinnati Christian 3-11, Midway 0-13. Franklin, we've talked a little bit about it a few times this year, especially a couple of weeks ago on Inside IU Sports. But what are your thoughts on the conference standings right now?
Well, right now I think everything's kind of panned out how we thought it would. I think in the early going, had a lot of teams in some spots that, it kind of surprised us early on. But, yeah, everything's kind of really started to pan out. I think this IU East team has been a little bit of surprise to people leading this division here, especially with the likes of Rio Grande being in the conference. The difficulties that they've given a lot of teams, not just IU East in the last couple of years. So, but yes, the Red Wolves in a very good spot here with just a handful of games left in their conference schedule, and very much poised and ready to take over that number one position in the conference tournament.
All right, well, we'll go ahead and take a quick break and come back with the starting lineups right here on the Red Wolves Sports Network.
At guard,
right, well, there's the starting lineups between the IU Kokomo Cougars and the IU East Red Wolves. Once again, the records coming into tonight's game. The IU East Red Wolves enter tonight's game ranked 31st, just outside the top 25 this week in the poll. They have a record of 16-9, 11-2 coming off of that win at IU Southeast on Tuesday, and IU Kokomo 9-16, 4-10 in KIAC play. Kerrigan Niehoff out to tip for the IU East Red Wolves, and we're underway here at Kokomo. It's going to be back to Deja Felder. She passes over to the right side. Now back out on top of the key over on the left wing. Make it back over to the right side. 10 seconds off the shot clock already here for the Cougars. Now down inside the lane. Out to the right wing for three, and this one's going to be good for Leela Crawford. Gets the Cougars off to the 3-0 start. Tia King with the basketball here for the IU East Red Wolves. Starts to hand off to Miller out top. Goes off Miller's knee, but they're able to recover. Now Miller back over to Tia King. She puts up the three to answer on the opposite end of the floor. Doesn't get it to go. Adriana Moore comes out with the basketball. Out to Miller. Now Kristen Miller inside the lane, down to the basket. We've got a foul called on the Cougars. That'll put Miller at the free throw line to shoot two.
Kristen Miller going to the basket. That's IU East strength right there. Not only hers, but a lot of the current players out there on the floor as well. Bailey Dryman, just one to speak of, but going to the hole definitely is a strength for IU East. Going to have to utilize that very much.
Here's Kristen Miller at the stripe for the IU East Red Wolves. Miller, 71% free throw shooter this season. The score right now, 3-1. Miller goes 1 for 2 at the stripe that time. 9:04 to play in the first quarter. Once again, thanks for joining us here on your Thursday evening on the Red Bull Sports Network. Caleb Gillock along with Franklin Christ. We've got a traveling violation called on IU Kokomo. And that'll turn it over to the Red Wolves with 8:56 to play in the first quarter.
Well, just like they do every single game, faced with the height differential inside. Tia King being guarded by 6 foot, so something that she's not really accustomed to. Be an interesting matchup to watch.
Be out top with Moore. Now Adriana Moore passes down into the right corner to Tia King. King steps over to the wing, puts up the three. This one bounces off the rim. No good for Tia King. Now 0 for 2 from three-point range to start off the ball game. It's at the other end of the floor with the Cougars now. 8.5 to play in the first quarter. They're thrown out top with a three-point shot taken, but no good. Out high that time for Katara Stevenson.
I'd like to see a little bit better movement down here on this end. Going side to side. Got to get going north and south.
Kristen Miller over in the left corner, goes baseline, hands off to Bailey Dryman, who stops out in the left corner. Now out high once again to Tia King. And King down the right side of the lane, misses the layup. Ball goes out to Bailey Dryman, over to Moore. Moore from about 10 feet out on the left side. She can't get one to fall either. And somehow the Red Wolves come up with the ball for a fourth time here as Moore takes it to the basket. Nice find to Kerrigan Niehoff. And Niehoff ties the ball game up with 3.
A very unselfish play as we see some full court pressure from IU East. Very easily could have shot at that one that time, it's Adriana Moore, but easy find underneath for Kerrigan Niehoff.
Ball down on the right wing now for IU Kokomo. Back out with Stevenson. On down to the baseline in the hands of Williamson. Stevenson lobs it into Williamson. One dribble, goes up strong and scores. And now the Kokomo Cougars have the 5-3 lead. Tia King down the left side of the lane, throws one up. Will it go? No, falls off the rim. She'll go to the free throw line for 2. And this foul on IU Kokomo is going to be called on number 12, Whitney Williamson. She picks up her first personal and team second on the Cougars.
Well, good awareness from Tia going to the miss those first 2 triples and chance to go to the free throw line, knock a couple down, see the ball go through the basket, and perhaps build her confidence.
Here's King at the free throw line for the first free throw. A 82% free throw shooter. Hits the first one. That gets it down to a 1-point ball game. And IU Kokomo is going to bring in Amanda Hutter. She was the number change at the ball game today. She's normally number 15, but wearing the number 4 uniform here tonight. 7:16 to play in the first quarter with King at the line for the second of 2. And hits this one to tie it up at 5. 5-5 with 7:15 to go now in the first quarter. Get the ball over to Hutter. Hunter's double teamed by Miller and Moore. And it's going to be tied up. Jump ball, possession arrow in favor of the IU East Red Wolves.
Well, something I think you'd like to see IU East do a lot more is do that
Right.
trapping. You haven't seen them do that very much this season, but and utilize that size or that quickness and agility.
Here's Kristen Miller. Gives it to King out top. Now King. Mid-range shot, no good. And Adriana Moore goes up for the ball. It'll be called over the back. Adriana Moore will pick up her first personal. And that's the first team foul on the Red Wolves as well. So it's 5-5 here in the first quarter. Back over to the right side now. Felder with the basketball, working on around into the corner. Hunter with the basketball, now back out top to Felder. 12 on the shot clock here for the Cougars. Felder comes around, starts to make her way toward the basket. Goes up, and she'll be called for the offensive. And that'll be the third foul on IU Kokomo. So Felder picks up her first personal. And IU East will have the basketball with 6.5 to play here in the first quarter. King takes it down the right side of the floor for the Red Wolves. She's out on the wing. Comes around top of the key. Now pass inside to Bailey Dryman. Down on the left block. Dryman can't get to the basket. Throws out to Niehoff at the high post. She goes down to the basket and scores for the Red Wolves. And now IU East has their first lead of the ball game, 7-5. More of that double team pressure there as Felder was trying to get across the timeline for the Cougars. 5:55 to go in the first quarter. Back over to Felder on the left side of the floor. 2 dribble stops at the elbow. Almost broken up by Bailey Dryman, so that gave Felder her dribble back. Takes the shot, no good from about 17 feet. And it'll be Red Wolves basketball going to the other end of the floor. Miller for 3 from the left wing. This one up and in for Kristen Miller. And now the Red Wolves have opened their lead up to 5.
Just like that, some inside-outside action has created the shot from the outside for IU East. Lots of good looks when you pound the ball inside.
On over to the left side of the floor. That double team there by King and Dryman. And King is able to get the steal, but is quickly tied up by Felder. And now Kristen Miller takes it on down the floor. Passes to Adriana Moore underneath the basket. No good. And now we've got a foul. Looks like called on the Red Wolves. This one to go against Adriana Moore, who quickly picks up her second personal.
Yeah, you mentioned her picking up her second personal foul. They're going to miss her defensive presence, and she's really come on as being one of the better defensive players for IU East in the latter part of this season.
Moore got a little bit of foul trouble the other night at IU Southeast, but not too this early in the ball game. I think she left the game with 4. Right now with the ball for Kokomo is Stevenson. She's able to get it over to the right side of the floor. Felder with it once again here for the Cougars. Now it's back to Stevenson. Stevenson, a few dribbles, gets down the left side of the lane, scores a layup. We 10-7, the Red Wolves up by 3.
Well, that's the second time in a row we haven't seen IU East handle the ball screen very well, just not communicating. Last time got lucky and was able to be bailed out by a charge taken from Kerrigan Niehoff. Got to talk those screens a whole lot better than they are.
King able to find some space to get inside the lane. Gives it to Libby Springmeyer. Now back to King over on the right side of the floor. Shot clock under 10 here for the Red Wolves. King comes off the screen, set by Dryman. 3-point shot from top of the key. No good, and the rebound will go to Dejiana Butler. On down to the other end of the floor, and the Cougars turn it over.
You just got to think we've got to be getting a little bit trigger happy from the outside.
And Coach Selhorst is going to take a 30-second timeout. 4:14 to play here in the first quarter. Red Wolves lead 10-7. And back to IU East women's basketball here on the Red Wolves Sports Network. Red Wolves up by 3, 10-7 with a little over 4 minutes to play here in the first quarter. And now we've got another foul called here on IU Kokomo. Looks like this one is going to go against number 12. That's Whitney Williamson. She picks up her second, and that'll bring Amanda Hunter back into the ball game for the Cougars. 3:58 to play in the first quarter. Bailey Dryman inbounds it from the baseline. Got it. Miller over in the corner. Now it's going to be inside with Bailey Dryman. Dryman able to score here for the Red Wolves, and now it's 12-7, back up to a 5-point lead for the Red Wolves.
Pretty ironic how IU East is able to score inside, almost seemingly at will many times against, regardless who they play, as they force a turnover here, ball quickly into the front court, and King's going to score.
Now it's 14-7. The Red Wolves extending their lead. Largest lead of the ball game now for IU East here in the first quarter. 14-7 with 3:26 to play. On over to the right side. Stevenson looks at the three, starts to make her way to the basket. Maybe got away with a little bit of a travel there on the way to the rim as well.
Yeah, we had a tough angle on it down here, but maybe one step too many perhaps, but IU East comes away with it regardless.
King with the basketball out top, starts to make her way over to the left wing. Go back out top, around to the right elbow, down to the basket, and scores for the Red Wolves, and now it's 16-7. Felder will bring it over to the left side. Stevenson back to Felder, get it across the timeline. Now over to Hunter. And Kokomo just working the ball around right now. Back out to Hunter on top of the key. Over to the left side to Crawford. Shot clock down to 10. Hunter with it. Back over to Felder. On top, Felder comes off the screen by Hunter, down to 4 on the shot clock. And Felder gets the shot off. Makes it 16-9 with 2:23 to play in the first.
Well, you just got to be frustrated if you're the coaching staff. You play defense for 25 seconds, then you give up that easy of a shot.
Down low to Kerrigan Niehoff. Able to get it out into the right corner. Miller out top for Dryman to the 3. No good, and the rebound by IU Kokomo's Butler. Over the left side, Stevenson passes down low. And looks like it's going to send Adriana Butler to the free throw line. This is going to be on Kerrigan Niehoff. Niehoff will pick up her first. And that's 3 fouls now on the Red Wolves. So Butler at the free throw line, a 55% free throw shooter this season. And this is the first one. That'll bring Boyd and Dobbins into the ball game for the first time tonight for the Red Wolves, as well as Tabitha DeWitt for IU Kokomo. DeWitt actually celebrating her birthday today. 1:57 to play in the first quarter. And the second free throw good for Butler, makes it 16-10. A 6-point ball game. The minute 55 to go in the first quarter. Dobbins for 3 from the right corner. Puts it up, rattles in. And it's now 19-10.
You'd love to see that from Caitlin Dobbins. Sit on the bench for a good majority of the first quarter, and you come right in and make an instant impact. Good shot from her. Way to come in and match the intensity needed.
On over to the right wing now. It's going to be with Crawford. Working on around to Felder, down low. Now back out to Felder on the left wing. She goes to the lane, and we've got a blocking foul called on the Red Wolves. This one looks like it'll go against Bailey Dryman. And Bailey Dryman picks up her first personal, team's fourth on the Red Wolves. And that'll put Felder at the free throw line, an 85% free throw shooter.
I thought Felder may have just, as she knocks down the first free throw, I thought she may have just tripped over her own feet.
Right.
But they called Dryman for the push.
Felder, a 5'5" sophomore guard out of Goshen. As he converts the second free throw, 19-11. Dobbins over on the left corner again, finds Boyd inside the lane, gets the tough shot off, and now it's 21-11. A double-digit lead now for the Red Wolves with a little over a minute to play in the first quarter.
Good trap.
At the double-team trap out by the free throw line, tipped into the backcourt by Libby Springmeyer. And now it's going to be over to Hunter. Now down to DeWitt, back to Felder on the left wing. Felder trying to figure out what to do. Pass over to the right side to Hunter, almost broken up by Dobbins. Now here's Butler down at the right block. Finds DeWitt over on the left side. Out top, three-point shot taken. And no good for Leela Crawford. That'll turn it over to the Red Wolves with 44 seconds to play in the first quarter.
Oh, great defensive possession there from IU East. They just worked hard from start to finish. Forced a bad shot, and call it what you want, shot clock violation or ball out of bounds on the air ball. But, yes, very good defensive possession for IU East.
Bailey Dryman lost the ball down by the left block. It goes out of bounds off of one of the IU Kokomo players, and that'll give it back to the Red Wolves. 31.9 to play. They've got 18 on the shot clock. King inbounds it from the left of the Red Wolves basket. He'll be out on the right elbow with King now after getting it inbounds to Boyd. And King banks it off the backboard. That'll make it 23-11 with 21 seconds to play. No shot clock here for the Cougars as DeWitt inside the lane puts one up off the glass as well. And now it is 23-13. Under 10 seconds to go here in the first quarter. Here's Tia King. Goes past DeWitt, down to the basket. Can't get the layup to go, and now Felder passes on down the floor. And shot doesn't count here for the Cougars. So after one quarter of play, the Red Wolves lead 23-13. Franklin, tell us a little about that first quarter.
A little bit of a sluggish first part of the first quarter for IU East, but they came out in that a little bit of a trapping zone, as we saw. We mentioned hadn't really seen that much this year. But a good look from IU East. Forced some turnovers and had some very good defensive possessions, and it showed. So opened up that little 10-point lead here after one. Right. And a good showing, really, on both ends of the floor for the Red Wolves.
All right, we'll take a quick break, and we'll come back with the second quarter of IU East women's basketball right here on the Red Wolves Sports Network. And back to IU East women's basketball here on the Red Wolves Sports Network. After one quarter of play, the Red Wolves have a 10-point advantage over the Cougars, 23-13. Franklin, what do you expect to see here in the second quarter?
Well, I expect to see them come out and continue the trapping zone. I mean, they just really did so well in that set in the first quarter. Really expect them to come out and do that again. We'll see what sort of adjustments that IU Kokomo can make to that.
All right. Cougar basketball to begin the second quarter. Butler with the basketball, feeds it down inside to DeWitt. DeWitt trying to pass over to the right corner. And a little over the head of Crawford. They'll turn it over out of bounds to the Red Wolves with 9:51 to go.
It just goes to show how the defensive pressure just really affects everything outside of just shooting the basketball, even passing the basketball as you saw just there.
King goes to right, passes down inside the lane to Boyd. Boyd out to Niehoff. Now Springmeyer with the basketball. Making her way down the left side of the lane. Out top to Boyd for the three. She can hit it, and she does. And now it is 26-13.
That's what makes this IU East team very dangerous on the offensive end of the floor. Just so versatile throughout. I mean, players that can score inside as well as out, that cut very well, just do a lot of different things.
Ryan Butler over the right side of the lane. They're struggling with that press there by the Red Wolves, picking them up there at the half-court line, and they turn it over out of bounds off of the leg of Butler. Kristen Miller brings it down the floor here for the IU East Red Wolves. Miller goes down the left side of the lane over to King on the left side. King off DeWitt, gets the body check. And DeWitt will pick up her first. And team's first on the Cougars here in the second quarter. Reset the fouls at the start of each period now.
DeWitt coming out trying to hedge that ball screen. Just got a little bit too high, a lot of contact there, and that's going to be called every time.
Now here's Springmeyer for the three. This one off the back of the rim. No good for Springmeyer. And now IU Kokomo gets the rebound. Butler kind of wincing, maybe lost to contact, possibly. And she will come out of the ball game Had a timeout here on the floor. I didn't really see a whole lot of what happened, did you?
Yeah, she had a collision with a teammate going for that rebound there, and yeah, I did see her start holding her eye there immediately. I'm not sure if she did lose a contact. That'd be my guess, but yeah, that's really the gist of it. I think she may have lost a contact.
All right, that's going to bring Stevenson back out onto the floor for IU Kokomo. 8:48 to go in the second quarter here at IU Kokomo. It's 26-13. IU East with the lead, up by 13. Get the ball inbounds to Felder across the center court and starts to make her way over to the left side of the floor. Got it to Hunter. Now back over to the right side. Crawford now will start to make her way to the basket. Doesn't get the shot to go. And it's rebounded by the Red Wolves. Taken to the other end of the floor with Tia King. And King all the way down to the basket and scores the layup. 28-13.
King just beating IUK down the floor. I mean, they're just not getting back on defense.
They'll throw it over into the front court to Crawford.
Talk about those lollipop passes. That was one of them right there. IU East should have came up with that one.
And Hunter misses this one. And the rebound by the Red Wolves. King on down the floor, and miscommunication there between her and Miller, and it's thrown out of bounds. Now to give it to IU Kokomo with 8:04 to play in the second quarter.
I'm not sure what she saw there. I thought she was going to have Deja Boyd on the opposite side, a little easy dump off for another easy bucket.
Felder gets it to Stevenson. Now on down into the corner to DeWitt on the left side of the floor. Back to Stevenson, out top to Hunter. Now to Crawford on the right wing. Back out top to DeWitt. Left side to Felder. Screen by Hunter allows Felder to get over to the top of the key once again. Felder from the lane. No good. Gets her own rebound. Goes back up. Can't get it to go. On the rebound by Tia King, who passes right on down the floor to Kristen Miller. And Miller to the basket and scores for the Red Wolves, and it's 30-13. Red Wolves have got something going here offensively, and IU Kokomo struggling with the Red Wolves defense on the other end of the floor as well.
Yeah, just not really getting back on defense, and life's easy when you can just beat the team down the floor defensively.
Well, out of bounds off the hand of Deja Boyd. So it'll be Kokomo basketball with 7:16 to play in the second quarter. They've got 21 on the shot clock.
And for Coach Selhorst, you got to be real happy with this effort. This action down here on the defensive end. Probably one of the better defensive efforts we've seen from IU East so far this season.
Back out top to Crawford on top of the key. 7:05 to play. Shot clock at 10. Crawford goes out to Stevenson. This is going to end up going out of bounds off of the Red Wolves. 7 minutes to go. 5 on the shot clock here for IU Kokomo. Red Wolves up by 17. It's 30-13. Here in the second quarter. Almost broken up by Boyd on the inbound pass. Able to get it to Stevenson. She misses the shot. And now Caitlin Dobbins with the basketball for the Red Wolves. She crosses center court across the IU Kokomo's Cougar logo out there on top of the circle. Now Kerrigan Niehoff down to the basket. Doesn't get the shot to go, but Dobbins coming in there and crashing the board. Unable to get a shot to go for the Red Wolves. So to go to the other end now with IU Kokomo. Crawford with the basketball. Passes over to Felder on the left side. Now Felder inside the lane. And we've got a foul called here on IU East. It's going to be on Tia King. She picks up her first. So King picks up her first, and team's first on the Red Wolves here in the second quarter. And that's going to bring Sarah Cook back into the game for the Red Wolves. And Bailey Dryman in for IU East as well. And Dejanna Butler into the game for IU Kokomo. With the foul being on the floor, Hunter will be taking it out to the left of the Cougars basket. 6:32 to play in the second quarter. Inbounds to DeWitt. Back to Hunter in the left corner. Now out top to Felder. He swings it over to the right side to Butler. Now down to Hunter in the right corner. Hunter back to DeWitt. And now Stevenson passes down to Butler. 15 on the shot clock for IU Kokomo. And the shot by Felder. It won't go, and the rebound by Kerrigan Niehoff. He passes on up the floor to Bailey Dryman. Now Dryman over to Miller on the right side of the floor. Miller up to the elbow. Now on top of the key for the Red Wolves. And she'll go to the right side. Finds Niehoff inside the lane. She goes up No foul there, so we'll go to the other end of the floor with IU Kokomo with 5:51 to play. And now we've got a foul called on the Red Wolves. This one's going to go against Kristen Miller, and she picks up her first.
Yeah, kind of unfortunate little sequence there for IU East. Thought Niehoff was clearly fouled underneath the bucket. And so shot attempt at the bottom of the rim, and then Miller picks up the foul in the full court.
Back into the game for IU Kokomo is Crawford. He's out on the right wing with the basketball now. Now Stevenson works it around to Hunter over on the left side. Now Butler swings it over to the right side to Stevenson once again. Stevenson a few dribbles, finds Felder inside the lane. She goes to the rim and draws the foul, but doesn't get the basket to fall, so she'll go to the stripe for 2. But this foul being on the Red Wolves, number 33, Sarah Cook.
A good back cut from Felder. You just got to be aware if you're right there. If you're Kristen Miller, you got to see that cut coming. You got to jump in front and deny that action.
Here's Felder at the free throw line. First free throw, no good. Red Wolves up by 17 right now, 30-13 with 5:37 to play in the second quarter. And second free throw will go. It's now 30-14. Kristen Miller with the ball over to the right side of the floor. Now Cook, a few dribbles inside the lane to the rim and scores. And now it's 32-14.
A good left-hand bucket there by Sarah Cook. Seeing everybody get in on the action here. More pressure from IU East and forcing a turnover.
Kristen Miller gets it to Bailey Dryman out on the left wing. Now Niehoff down to the block. Unable to score. Dobbins throws it out to Miller. Now Miller to Cook, and Cook will be called for the travel. That'll turn it over to the Cougars with 5:05 to play.
Good hustle there from Caitlin Dobbins, getting on the floor. Offensive rebound actually hit the floor. I thought IU Kokomo was actually going to come away with that fairly easily. But good hustle from Dobbins, getting on the floor, getting the basketball, creating the second chance opportunity.
Maybe over on the left side. Now here's Dryman. Off the turnover by the Cougars. Out to Dobbins on the right side. Up for another 3. This one won't go. And the rebound by IU Kokomo. And they're going to take a timeout. It's going to be a 30-second timeout by the Cougars. 4:48 to play in the second quarter. Red Wolves up 32-14 here on the Red Wolves Sports Network. And back to IU East women's basketball here on the Red Wolves Sports Network. 4:48 to play here in the second quarter. We're at IU Kokomo where the Red Wolves are taking on the Cougars. 4:48 to go. 29 on the shot clock for the Cougars. They had the basketball off the rebound and called for the timeout. So that's how they started with 29. Now it'll be over to Stevenson on the right wing. Few dribbles. Kicks out to the corner to Felder. Felder doesn't have the 3. She wanted it, but not there. On around to Hunter. Stevenson puts up a 3 from the left corner. This one off the mark, and the rebound by Bailey Dryman. And Dryman passes on down the floor to Kristen Miller, who goes up. Unable to get the shot to go. Niehoff swats it out top to Cook, and now the Red Wolves swing it over to the right side to Kristen Miller. Miller becomes trapped. A wide open Kerrigan Niehoff gets a basket down at the post for the Red Wolves, and it's 34-14.
Good pass. Kristen Miller just doing what Kristen Miller does. Sees the floor so well. Even in the double team trap there, found Kerrigan Niehoff wide open underneath for the easy lay-in.
And over to Felder on the left side, and it's going to be broken up. It's going to go out of bounds. IU East basketball with 3:55 to play.
Now IU Kokomo just having a heck of a time right now with this full court pressure. Really nothing that they can do so far has really shown that they've been able to handle it at all, really.
Miller with the basketball. It's on the left side of the floor. Around the top. Now Miller gives it to Niehoff. And we're going to get a foul called here on Kokomo. Looks like this one will have to go against Butler. She picks up her first.
Listening to Dockich the other night, he made a good point. You got to show hands. Anytime you're sliding your feet like that, you can't keep hands on the defender. You got to show hands.
Go out of bounds to the Cougars with 3:37 to play. Hunter will inbound it here. On over to the left side, up the floor to Butler. Now over to Felder on the right side, out of the wing. Now Stevenson out top, over to Hunter on the left side, on down to the corner to Crawford. Now back to Felder, on top. And Crawford kicks back out to Felder for the three. This one up and in. Felder connects on this one. And it's now 34-17.
That's probably one of the better offensive possessions IU Kokomo has had. Just beat the press with the pass and was able to get some good ball movement in half court as well.
Hand off to Kristen Miller. Now Miller inside the lane, down to the basket and scores. 36-17 with 2:57 to play.
The Red Wolves just seemingly scoring at will here in the second.
Stevenson comes to a stop, over to Hunter on the right side. Stevenson, the Butler now down to the right side. Crawford puts up a three. This one won't go. The rebound by Bailey Dryman. Niehoff brings it down the floor and gives it to Dobbins on the left side. Cross-court pass is going to go out of bounds. It'll go to IU Kokomo after it did go off the hands of one of the Red Wolves players over there on the far side of the floor.
I'll tell you, Caleb, even when IU Kokomo does break the press, they're settling for threes and really shots that they can get just about any time as we see them turn it over here.
And this will go out of bounds. It'll be IU East basketball. 2:29 to play in the second quarter as Daisha Boyd re-enters the ball game for IU East. Red Wolves up right now by 19. It's 36-17. And inbounds into the backcourt to Libby Springmeyer. That's Dobbins on the left wing now. Dryman at the free throw line. Steps back, doesn't get the fadeaway to go, and this will be out of bounds. It'll go to IU Kokomo, 2:15 to play.
Yeah, probably not the shot you wanted there, especially Bailey Dryman shooting a fadeaway 17-footer that early in the shot clock. Like you said, can get those shots really any time. Got to work it around and get some better looks.
On down into the corner, and we're going to have a foul called here on Sarah Cook. Cook will pick up her second personal. And that's team foul number 4 on IU East here in the second quarter. They'll bring Tia King back in.
Well, the easiest thing to do when you're defending the post is to reach over and try and deflect the pass. You still got to move those feet, even if you are guarding down inside. Still got to move your feet just like you're guarding out on the perimeter.
2 minutes to play. It'll be with Hunter. Now Hunter to Crawford. Now over to Stevenson. Down inside to Butler. Butler goes up, doesn't get it to go. And now to go to the other end of the floor with Tia King on the right side. Brings it over to the middle. Now goes to the left side. Gives it to Dobbins. Dobbins brings the ball around top. Trying to find someone open. Finds Tia King. Now King. Ball out on top. Try to give it over to Springmeyer on the right side. IU Kokomo forced the turnover there off the Red Wolves. Minute 28 to play now in the second quarter. Crawford jump stop, gets the basket to go, and she'll go to the free throw line for one. And this foul is going to be called on Daisha Boyd. She picks up her first personal.
Just too easy, a little lackadaisical defense there from IU East. Still got to play. Only up 17 points. Game very much still, intact.
Minute 18 to play now. It's 36-19. Tia King with the basketball. And what I just heard from the IU East bench is they know what they need to do on the last couple of possessions. Take care of the basketball right now.
Oh, just too much dribble, not enough pass. Not getting any cuts right now. Last few possessions, we've just seen the air be dribbled out of the basketball. Just way too much dribble. Need a pass and cut.
We got 59.6 to play. And now Boyd passes down to Dryman over to the left side. Dobbins puts up the three. A little bit too much, goes off the rim, and the rebound by IU Kokomo. And it looks like we've got a foul called here on the Red Wolves.
Well, I suppose so. I'm not sure. Yeah, they got Dryman for the hold.
Dryman will pick up her second personal. So her and Moore both with 2.
I thought IU East had a good trap down there in the opposite corner from us. But perhaps a little bit extra than we saw.
Kokomo now on the bonus. That puts Felder at the free throw line to shoot 2. Hits the first one. And now Kristen Miller back out on the floor for IU East. 49.1 to play. Second free throw for Felder is good as well. 36-21. Red Wolves lead by 15. Sprigmeyer across the baseline to the rim, unable to finish. So now we go to the other end of the floor with Felder and IU Kokomo. 33 seconds to play, 21 on the shot clock. Felder to the rim, and we've got an offensive foul called here. Another charge taken there by Krista Miller. We've been seeing that a lot out of her this portion of the season.
I was about to say, she's about due. I haven't seen her take one yet, but saw Kerrigan Niehoff take one back in the first quarter. But Kristen Miller was due. I was going to say, she's probably averaging at least a couple a game. So good take there from Kristen. Let's stand in there and take the charge.
Dobbs got the ball with 29.9 on this possession, just enough to have the shot clock turned off to finish off the first half. King passes over to Sprigmeyer. Sprigmeyer back to King over on the right side of the floor. Out high right now for IU East. Clock under 10 to go here in the first quarter. And King finds Boyd down low. It's a little sloppy, but Boyd able to get a basket here for the Red Wolves before going to the locker room. And at the half, the IU East Red Wolves lead IU Kokomo 38-21. Franklin, tell us a bit about the first half.
A little fortunate to get that last bucket there, but very dominating performance there in the first half for IU East. Just trapped very well in the full court and just really able to beat IU Kokomo down the floor each time, getting a lot of buckets. So, yes, very good half for the Red Wolves.
All right, well, let's go ahead and go through the stats here at halftime. Once again, the Red Wolves lead 38-21 here at the half. We'll start with IU East. They're first here on the stat sheet. They shot 16 of 36 for 44% in the first half from the field. And from three-point range, they were 3 for 10, shooting 30% at the free throw line, 3 for 4 for 75%. They had a total of 20 rebounds, along with 10 assists, 4 turnovers, and 4 steals. And for IU Kokomo, they were 7 of 20 from the field for 35%. 2 of 6 from beyond the arc for 33%, and 5 for 9 at the free throw line for 56%. They had a total of 16 rebounds, along with 3 assists, 13 turnovers, and 1 steal there in the first half. All right, well, we'll go ahead and take our halftime break, and we'll come back with more IU East women's basketball here in about 12 minutes here on the Red Wolves Sports Network. And welcome back to IU East Women's Basketball here on the Red Bull Sports Network. Coming out of the locker room at the half, the Red Bulls lead 38-21. Frankly, you expect to see a lot of the same thing here in the second half?
You know, I do. I just really hope that we don't see a little letdown from IU East. You know, sometimes you build leads like this, and sometimes you give them up easily. And fully expect them though to come out here in the second half, have the same intensity that they did, and just really come out and really press like they had, for a good portion of the first half. So I expect the second half to be a whole lot like the first half.
All right. Well, it's a 38-21 lead for the Red Bulls to begin the third quarter. We'll go ahead and take a quick look at what the foul situation is here for both teams. Kristen Miller, this is for IU East. Kristen Miller has 1. Bailey Dryman and Adriana Moore each with 2. Sarah Cook also has 2. Daisha Boyd, Tia King, and Kerrigan Niehoff each with 1 foul to start the second half. For IU Kokomo, Williamson and Felder, they each have 2 apiece. And Stevenson, Butler, they each have 1. DeWitt has 1 personal foul to start the second half as well. IU East ball to begin the third quarter here at IU Kokomo inside of the Cougar Gym. Bailey Dryman will take it out from the far sideline to Kristen Miller in the backcourt. And we are underway for the second half. 20 more minutes to play in this ball game. Kristen Miller goes down underneath the basket, out to King in the left corner for the 3, up and in for Tia King. And the Red Wolves extend their lead to 20 to start the third quarter. And
that's what you'd want to see just right out of halftime. I talked so many times about how halftime is just a killer a lot of times for teams' momentum. But good play out of the halftime break.
All over to the right side to Butler. Now back out to Crawford. Crawford over to Stevenson on the left side. Gets a dribble alive, goes down to the block, and kicks out to Butler. Now back out top to Felder. Shot clock down to 4 here for Cougars. And the shot by Felder, no good. A rebound by Adriana Moore. Back into the ball game after sitting much of the first half from picking up 2 early personal fouls.
Oh, good move by Niehoff.
Niehoff had the spin move but lost the ball. Turn around and face the basket. Stevenson passes on over to Crawford on the right side of the floor. Now she goes down to the basket. Doesn't get one to go, but Butler with the rebound. Tried to throw it out to the wing that time to Williamson, but picked off by Kristen Miller.
Well, just too easy, though. There's been a few possessions IU East has had like that on the defensive end where they just kind of get a little lackadaisical and just kind of let IUK do whatever they want to do.
Right. Kristen Miller out high with the basketball for the Red Wolves. Shot clock under 10 for IU East as well as Miller goes to the basket. Nothing there. And Miller a little slow getting up.
He took a hard fall. Got that high ball screen, able to get to the hole, but a lot of contact there.
All over to Crawford on the left wing. Crawford out to Felder. She takes the 3. And this one will be short. Goes out of bounds, so it'll be IU East basketball. And back into the game for IU Kokomo will be Amanda Hunter. A 5'7" freshman guard out of Monroeville. A little over 8 minutes to go here in the third quarter at IU Kokomo. Tia King with the basketball on top. Goes over to the left side. Finds Moore down low. Now Moore inside the lane. And we've got 2 whistles. Looks like they're going to get Moore with the offensive.
And it said she hooked the defender. You don't see that called very often,
right.
But it was there. But, yeah, it's sort of a something you don't see a whole lot. But, yeah, Adriana Moore with the offensive foul off the hook.
So Moore picks up her 3rd. And will be taken out of the ball game early here in the third quarter. We're on the right side of the floor with Stevenson. Stevenson on over to Felder on the left side. Now back out top with Butler. Stevenson down to Williams. Now Stevenson finds Williamson inside the paint. And Butler with the basket here for IU Kokomo. That'll make it 41-23. 7:25 to go in the third quarter. Bailey Dryman out to King on the right wing. Looked at the 3, takes a dribble instead. And now she'll go down to the block. Throws one up, it won't go. Niehoff with the rebound. It's on the floor, and we've got a foul call. We'll see if this goes against. Looks like maybe this one's going to go against the Red Wolves as well. They do call on Kerrigan Niehoff.
Oh, wow. And they said Niehoff drug her down to the ground, but I didn't see that. I thought her going for the basketball, and actually she was falling on top of. So interesting there. More full court pressure here from the Red Wolves.
So Niehoff picks up her team second on the Red Wolves in the third quarter. On over to Felder. Now Felder back over to Stevenson. Stevenson down to Felder inside the lane. Doesn't get the shot to fall. And now Niehoff with the rebound. Passes down to Bailey Dryman. And Dryman over to Miller on the right wing. And maybe shuffled her feet a little bit there before she got the ball down on the dribble.
Yeah, she's looking around like she didn't know what the heck she did. But yeah, just got to get the ball on the floor a little bit quicker there before you get that second step in there.
A little bit of a slow start to the third quarter for the Red Wolves. Not quite what you were hoping for if you're an IU East fan.
Yeah, you kind of thought you were going to come out with a really good start. Got that three off the first possession and been really quiet since then.
Three from the right wing, no good for Williamson. Niehoff gets the rebound, passes down the floor to Kristen Miller. Almost didn't see the basketball. She goes all the way down to the basket, draws the foul. She'll go to the free throw line for two. And this one's going to be called on number 23. That's Stacia Felder. She picks up her third. So really, the primary ball handler is starting to get in a little bit of trouble here for Kokomo as well.
Yes, and that's going to be an issue moving forward. Talk about IU East in that zone, that trapping zone, as Miller knocks down the first free throw and Caitlin Dobbins comes into the game for Libby Springmeyer. But yes, that's not having your ball handler out there when you've had that pressure that IU East has had. It's going to be very difficult for them to come back in this ball game with that.
Felder still in right now for the Cougars, however, as free throw was made 43-23, 6:20 to go here in the third quarter. On over to the right side, now it's going to be with Felder. Felder to Stevenson on the left wing. Next few dribbles, gets the ball out on top. And Butler unable to finish.
Wide open, too. I think she's kind of surprised at how wide open she actually was underneath the bucket there.
King down low, gets the basket to go, and she'll go to the free throw line for one for the Red Wolves. And this foul is going to be called on number 31. That's Katara Stevenson. She picks up her second personal and team second on the Cougars. And that's going to put King at the free throw line for one. Tia King, first women's basketball player at IU East to score 1,000 points. Obviously, the program only in its second season. But King the first to do so, and she keeps adding to that as she adds one more point to that total with a free throw. It's 46-23. Stevenson passes down to the corner. Now over to the opposite corner. Stevenson on the wing now, and she gets down to the block. And a foul called here on the Red Wolves. This one's going to go against Bailey Dryman. Dryman picks up her third.
A little bit of a foul situation here for IU East, despite being up 23 and doubling up the Cougars. A couple key players in foul situations. You mentioned Adriana Moore picking up her third foul early on in the third. And now Dryman picking up her third. First free throw is up and good for Stevenson.
Well, Stevenson at the free throw line. Deja Boyd will come back into the ball game here for the Red Wolves. Stevenson, a 59% free throw shooter entering tonight's ball game. 1 for 1 so far, and here's the second free throw from Stevenson. This one off to the left a little bit, still to the rim. No good on the free throw attempt this time. Miller passes on up the floor to Dobbins, down to the corner to King for the three. This one's going to be short off the rim. And Boyd goes back up and scores for IU East. Right now you're starting to see a little bit more of what you were expecting coming into this half.
Yeah, you just talked about earlier about how versatile a lot of these players are for IU East. Deja Boyd able to shoot the ball from the perimeter. And IU East is going to force another turnover here in that full court pressure. But yeah, back to Deja Boyd. I mean, very very versatile ball player, and as many of these players are for IU East, and makes it tough to defend when you're a team and you got players like this on the opposing side.
5:08 to play in the third quarter. Red Wolves up by 24. It's 48-24 right now. Pass down inside to Miller. Nice pass to Kristen Miller from King. And now it's 50-24.
Yeah, the audio didn't do that justice there either. Nice little bucket there from Kristen Miller. Kind of contorted her body to catch and shoot off the pass while she was in the air. Nice little play there.
On over to the left side. It's going to be tipped up in the air. Kristen Miller comes away with the basketball for the Red Wolves. 2-on-1 going down to the other end of the floor. And now Miller comes across the baseline, gives it to King over in the right corner. She puts up the three from the sideline. No good. Dryman with the rebound, goes inside the lane and scores. And it's 52-24. And now a timeout taken by head coach Whitney Ferris and the IU Kokomo Cougars with 4:20 to go. 52-24. And the timeout was taken by IU Kokomo. We'll take a quick break as well and come back with more IU East women's basketball right here on the Red Wolf Sports Network. Back to IU East women's basketball here on the Red Wolf Sports Network. IU East starting to pull out here with the lead. It's 52-24. The Red Wolves start to pull away here.
Yeah, that start didn't really come as quickly as we thought it was going to. Hit that three, as we mentioned, on first possession of the second half. But, yeah, you can really feel this thing starting to slip away possibly here for IU Kokomo, down 52-24. As IU East stays in that full court pressure, you just really think that they're about to, really impose their will on the Cougars.
Hunter struggled with that press there for the Red Wolves. It's only two people that are pressing each time for the Red Wolves as Butler misses one at the rim for IU Kokomo. We go to the other end of the floor. Now back out top with Tia King, who will set up the offense here for the Red Wolves.
And Caleb, how many good looks really though has IU Kokomo had on the other end? They just not been able to connect on.
Boyd down low. That's another tough shot off for the Red Wolves, and now IU East up by 30. And now it'll be with Stevenson. Stevenson trying to get it over the head of Kristen Miller to Hunter, and Miller is able to get a hand on the ball, but Hunter able to get the basketball there for IU Kokomo. On over to the right side of the floor to Crawford. And now down to Butler at the baseline, defended by Bailey Dryman. Here's DeWitt out top. Back over to Stevens on the right wing. And a foul called on the Red Wolves.
Like the reaction from the IU East bench told the story there.
Yeah.
A bit out of control with Stevenson on that shot. Late in the shot clock, too. I think that's probably why the bench was as upset as they were.
Right. Well, that puts Stevenson at the stripe for two. And she hits the first one. There was 1 second left on the shot clock as that foul was called. And now the second free throw here for Stevenson. And this free throw is good. 54-26. Miller passes down to the right corner to Tia King. He holds the ball up high, now down inside the lane to Boyd. And Boyd doesn't get this one to go. Dryman able to get the ball for the Red Wolves and throws out top to Kristen Miller. Miller down to the basket and lays it in. 56-26.
Way to keep the possession alive there for Bailey Dryman. You talk about a position player, just able to be in the right places on the floor at the right times, especially when the ball comes off the rim. Very savvy rebounder.
Now over on the left wing with Stevenson. Feller over to Crawford. Now Crawford looks at giving it to DeWitt, but goes with Williamson instead. Now Felder out on top. And another foul called here. Looks like this one's going to be a player control foul on IU Kokomo. It's going to go against DeWitt, who picks up her second.
A little illegal screen there from DeWitt, and that's something that's been a focal point really of the officials this year, just really stressing the importance of keeping both those feet set and not leaning at all on many of those screens.
Down the other end of the floor, it's going to go out of bounds. It looks like it's going to stay Red Wolves basketball with 2:12 to play here in the third quarter. Out on the elbow with Dryman. Pass down inside the lane to Dobbins. Able to rip the basketball away from Stevenson. Now Miller inside the lane and scores for the Red Wolves, 58-26.
Well, the Red Wolves just getting into the lane too easy. There's just not enough help side defense for the Cougars.
Back over to Stevenson on the left side. Down to DeWitt. Now DeWitt gives it to Williamson out on the left wing. Now Stevenson with it out top. 15 on the shot clock here for IU Kokomo. Stevenson dishes out to the left side. And Williamson can't get one to fall either as it goes in and out of the rim. Bailey Dryman down to the other end of the floor. King for three. Top of the key. This one a little bit shy. And now Miller over to Boyd. Boyd attacks the lane, gets it over to Miller. Now out to Dryman on the right wing. Back down to Boyd on the block. And she turns around and gets a bucket here for the Red Wolves, 60-26.
Good move inside from Daisha Boyd. Nice little repost after getting the ball initially, kicking it back out, refeeding the post. Many times you get an even better entry look inside as we see some more pressure from IU East.
Stevenson with the basketball over to the right side. Gives it to Felder out by the sideline. She'll bring it out top. Stops at the free throw line over to the left side. And now it's going to be Williamson with the missed lay at that time. 45 seconds to go in the third quarter. 23 now on the shot clock for the Red Wolves. And Boyd will give it to King, who sets up the offense out top. Goes down to the right side of the lane, throws one in. And it's 62-26. No shot clock here for IU Kokomo. And Miller is trying to get the steal that time, but we've got a foul called on Kristen Miller. And she's going to pick up her second personal. 17.7 to play in the third quarter. And that's going to put Felder at the free throw line, with that being the fifth team foul on IU East in the third quarter. First free throw is good for Felder. That'll make it 62-27. As Butler and Hunter come back into the game for IU Kokomo. Second free throw. Off the mark. Ryman takes it to the other end of the floor now for IU East. And Tia King. Ball out at the 10-foot line for volleyball. Now she's at top of the key for the Red Wolves, down to 5. And she gets blocked, finds Dobbins, and now Boyd goes back up at the buzzer. No shot. And that'll bring the third quarter to a close, 62-27 after 3 quarters of play. And IU East is going to bring the subs in to start the fourth quarter. Franklin, tell us a little bit about that third quarter there.
Well, I think Kokomo absolutely was just shell-shocked. I don't think, they probably saw it coming, especially with the slow start we mentioned to the third quarter. But, just been absolutely outplayed here in the third. And, the defensive pressure, especially with the full-court press, has been to blame.
Right. All right, well, after 3 quarters, Red Wolves lead 62-27 on the Red Wolves Sports Network. And back to IU East women's basketball here on the Red Wolves Sports Network. Going into the fourth quarter, the Red Wolves lead 62-27, and Franklin really just comes down to the Red Wolves being able to attack the paint so easily in this ballgame.
Yeah, they've really been able to get inside at will and score whenever they wanted to. I mean, there's been a lot of good looks that they've gotten from not only getting the ball inside, but also kicking the ball outside and getting some three-point shots as well. So really on the offensive end, IU East has been able to do just about anything they want to in terms of scoring the basketball.
Over to the right wing now. Here is Williamson with the basketball. It gets inside the lane, puts one up, no good. The rebound by Sarah Cook, who gets it to Tia King, who brings the ball down the floor. At a fast pace for the Red Wolves and lays it in. 64-27 now. IU East on top. Felder comes to a stop just before half court. And now down low. No good for Williamson. He puts up a fight for the rebound, and now we've got a foul called. This is going to be called on Tia King, who picks up her second personal. So it's 64-27 with 9:24 to play in the fourth quarter. And now another foul called on the Red Wolves, it looks like. This one's going to go against Sarah Cook. And Cook will pick up her third. And now Stevenson back into the ball game for IU Kokomo. 9:27 to play in the fourth quarter. Pass down inside to Butler, out to Williamson in the left corner for the three. No good on the rebound by Kerrigan Niehoff. King brings it down the floor here for the Red Wolves. Dishes over to Springmeyer on the right block. Now here's Cook inside the lane. We've got an offensive foul called on the Red Wolves. 9:05 to go. Cook charged with another one. So Cook picks up her fourth. Not seeing a whole lot of minutes in this ball game, but has 4 fouls. .8:54 to play in the fourth quarter. And it's going to be a traveling violation called here on the Red Wolves. And then we give it back to IU Kokomo with 8:48 to play. Hunter will take it out on the far sideline, gets it inbounds. Felder now out on top of the key. Back over to Hunter on the right wing. Felder gives it to Butler on over to Stevenson. Down inside to Felder, and Felder at the rim unable to score. Moore gets the basketball for the Red Wolves. And will take it to the other end. Gives it to Springmeyer. Springmeyer from the block. Gets one to fall, and it's 66-27. So we got 8:12 to go here in the fourth quarter. On top, back over to the right side to Stevenson, and down low, Butler with the basket here for IU Kokomo. I think the only person that needs to score here for all of the Red Wolves to score is Adriana Moore.
And Moore sat, as you mentioned, for a good majority of the first half with the foul situation, picking up two quick personal fouls. And Moore really, though, not really an offensive threat for the Red Wolves, but yes, her presence has definitely been felt defensively here.
On down to Niehoff. Niehoff inside the lane will go up and it won't fall, but she'll go to the free throw line for 2 after she draws the foul. And this foul is going to be called on Whitney Williamson. And she picks up her 4th personal and team 2nd on the Cougars. And she's going to leave the ball game. She's holding her eye together. She's the same one that had that collision down underneath their basket there in the first half.
I thought maybe she was dealing with a contact then, and this time I don't know. I don't even have a guess. I can't guess on this one.
Free throw here from Niehoff is good. Makes the score 67-29, 7:37 to play. Second free throw good as well for Kerrigan Niehoff. Niehoff with the highest free throw percentage on the team at 86%. Not too bad for a sophomore.
No, and that's honestly, too, that's a number that's kind of fallen off at one point. A few weeks back, probably sitting at about 94%, probably one of the better marks in the nation. But, missed a couple here and there to get down to 86. But, yes, very still respectable mark of 86 at the foul line.
King down to the basket, and she'll be fouled, so she'll go to the free throw line. And this foul is going to be called on Katara Stevenson, who picks up her third. And now Tia King, second best free throw shooter on the team at 82%. We'll get 2 free throws here. 68-29. First one rattles out. One more free throw here for Tia King. And this free throw is good. Makes the score 69-29. And rolls up by 40.
You know, Cale, this has really been a game that was not really close from the beginning, but I don't know that either of us really thought that it would, get to this point.
Yeah, not to this point.
Yeah.
Another short missed shot there by IU Kokomo. On down to Adriana Moore. Moore finds a wide open Kerrigan Ehoff down underneath the basket. And it's 71-29.
That's just been the story. Really haven't made any adjustments as IU Kokomo to, really fix the problem of not getting back on defense. And that's just been something that's plagued them in the entire. As we see a wild circus shot there from Stevenson going up and in. But, back to the defensive effort or lack thereof, if you will, from IU Kokomo. Just not getting back on defense, and they constantly just keep getting torched on fast breaks.
King hits the step back three for the Red Wolves, and it's 74-31 with 6:11 to play in the fourth quarter. And now on over to the right side of the floor. Stevenson passes over to the left wing. And now Felder has it out on top. She starts to go to the left. And we'll give it to Crawford out in the left corner. Misses the three, but the rebound by Hunter, who gets it to Stevenson, and Stevenson back out to Crawford. And now Sarah Cook. He called for a foul there, and she'll pick up her fifth. So she'll have to leave the ball game here. Like I said, not a whole lot of minutes tonight for Sarah Cook, but ends up with 5 fouls.
No, getting her money's worth, though, getting all 5 fouls. But, Sarah Cook, though, another player, freshman, coming in big and playing a big role for IU East so far this season as well, as many of these girls are. Very young squad, as we mentioned, all freshmen and sophomores.
Ball inbounds, 5:45 to play, 27 on the shot clock here for IU Kokomo.
Speaking of young squads, IU Kokomo, we see a nice feed down inside and a foul from IU East. The Cougars in just their second year of a program as well on the women's side. And they're also composed of strictly sophomores and freshmen.
Yeah. Well, that's going to put, looks like Williamson at the free throw line here for IU Kokomo. And she missed the first one. We'll give one more here. It's 74-31. Second free throw was good. Make it 74-32. More passes on down to King in the right corner. Finds Niehoff. Gets around to Witt. And now she scores 76-32.
Pretty interesting move, though, I got to say, from IU East, continuing to stay in this 1-2-2 full court pressure as we see IU Kokomo break it this time.
5:14 to play. Another foul called here on the Red Wolves. This one's going to be called on Kerrigan Ehoff. And she's going to pick up her third. So that's going to put Hunter at the free throw line for IU Kokomo. First free throw off the backboard, no good. And Bailey Dryman will return here for the Red Wolves. 5:14 to play in the fourth quarter here at IU Kokomo. Second free throw doesn't go either. And Dryman will pass the ball on down to Adriana Moore, who finds Libby Springmeyer out on the left wing. And now Springmeyer for three from top of the key. It's going to be tipped back out to Tia King, who throws it in. It'll be into the hands of Stevenson, who is going to be fouled by Daisha Boyd, as Boyd was trying to cut Stevenson off over there on the sideline.
See her throw her hands up, trying to actually stay out of the way. But a little escort down the sideline over there from Daisha. Send Stevenson to the free throw line.
So Stevenson at the free throw line once again here for IU Kokomo. Hits the first one. And that'll bring Butler back into the ball game here for IU Kokomo. .454 to play. Second free throw good for Stevenson as well. The majority of her points have came from in tonight's ball game. Now King's pass down to Bailey Dryman will be lost out of bounds. Giving it back to IU Kokomo with 4:48 to play. And now Caitlin Dobbins back out onto the floor for IU East. She'll give Adriana Moore a break.
Well, much needed win here, though, Caleb, for IU East to keep that 2-game spread between them and Point Park in the Colonial Division. And really right now just cruising, as we see a layup on the other end by DeWitt from IU Kokomo. But right now, the Red Wolves arguably playing their best basketball that they have in their short 2 years. And, riding a 6-game win streak, about to push it to 7. And, really this is going to be a team that's going to be a force to be reckoned with come tournament time. Not a team that's going to be taken lightly. Many times you hear about a program in just their second year. It's just all about the building process. But, very, very much a dangerous team come tournament time are the Red Wolves.
4:08 to play. Here's Stevenson from the right elbow. Knocks one down. And it's 76-38. Here's Tia King. About 12 feet out. We'll get one to fall. It's 78-38.
You just kind of get the feel that at this point it's just kind of rec league. It's got the rec league feel. Intramurals. Kind of go down, score, jog back.
DeWitt with the basketball now for IU Kokomo. Back out to Stevenson on top. Over to the right side. Now down to the corner. Alicia Boyd was trying to get to the ball that time for the Red Wolves. Here's Felder. Puts one up with 6 on the shot clock. Looked like it was going to be short, but bounces up off the rim and finds its way in.
Yeah, shot fake. And just a little, looked like she might have been trying to create some contact and get the foul, but deep in the shot clock, though. A decent shot, though, from the Cougars.
King's shot comes up short that time. 3:07 to play in the fourth quarter. As Stevenson dribbles the basketball out for IU Kokomo, brings it on down. Is across center court. She's on a mission to get to the basket, and she scores. And will go to the free throw line for one.
I don't know. The officials haven't signaled yet. They're going to call it good now. Yeah, there for a while. It took a while to actually signal if the shot was going to count. Makes the score 78-42 in favor of IU East.
And King picks up her third. And she'll leave the ball game. Adriana Moore back out onto the floor for IU East. And now Stevenson at the line for one. And the free throw's good. 78-43 is the score. Dobbins for 3 on the other end of the floor. Rattles in. Caitlin Dobbins with another 3-point basket tonight for the Red Wolves, and it's 81-43. 2:45 to go in the ball game.
Surprised that set hasn't caught on. IU East runs it every single time off a made free throw. And Dobbins, the 3-point shooter that she is going to hit that more times than not, given that space.
This shot by the Cougars, and Dryman with the rebound here for the Red Wolves. Brings it on down the floor. Dryman gives it to Springmeyer. Now Springmeyer out on the right elbow. Finds Dryman down in the corner. Dryman to the rim and scores. It's 83-43. Red Wolves up by 40. And now shot will be good for Williamson from the free throw line. And timeout taken by IU Kokomo with 2:01 to go in the ball game. IU East leads 83-45 here on the Red Wolf Sports Network. Back to IU East women's basketball here on the Red Wolf Sports Network. 83-45. The Red Wolves up by 38 right now in the ball game. And at 2:01 to go. Ball inbounds to Adriana Moore, the only player for IU East that hasn't scored yet in tonight's ball game. Moore, one of the three freshmen on the IU East roster this season, as Moore makes her way to the basket and scores. So now all the Red Wolves will score. Get me to be quiet about that statistic there.
I've heard of announcers curse. I haven't heard of announcers helping, though.
Yeah.
Not heard of that one. That's a new one.
And Butler finds Stevenson, no good. And now we've got a jump ball. Possession arrow in favor of the Red Wolves. A minute 31 to go. And the Red Wolves up 85-45. Bailey Dryman brings it down the floor for the Red Wolves. Down on top of the key, finds Daisha Boyd down low. She goes up and scores. And it's 87-45. Felder with the basketball. She'll go down the left side of the lane. Gets down to the block, misses the shot. And now Moore will take it down to the other end of the floor for the Red Wolves. Dryman tries to split to Witt, and Stevenson will go out of bounds off of Dryman's foot. And that'll give it to the Cougars with 55.8 to play. Well, don't forget, we'll have the men's game coming up next here on the Red Wolf Sports Network. They'll be taking on IU Kokomo here tonight as well. We'll let you know for sure what time the pregame show will be for that. It'll also be an audio-only broadcast tonight, as the men still at the top of the conference. So we've got a 30-second timeout taken by IU Kokomo. We'll take a quick one as well. 87-45, Red Wolves on top on the Red Wolf Sports Network. And back to IU East women's basketball on the Red Wolf Sports Network. 42.3 seconds to go in the ball game. 17 on the shot clock for IU Kokomo coming out of their 30-second timeout. Stevenson with the basketball. Started to crossover, lost it once, loses it again off the crossover. And she gets down almost to the basket, gives it to Butler. Here's a three-point shot by Felder at the buzzer on the shot clock. And now we go to the other end of the floor with the Red Wolves. Shot clock is dead. Down to 15 seconds to go in the ball game. Dobbins with it over the left corner. And now Springmeyer will have it out on top of the key. Gives it to Dobbins, and she'll dribble the clock out here. 4 seconds to go. Down to one, and that's going to be the ball game here at IU Kokomo. The Red Wolves take the 87-45 win. Franklin's also been about today's game.
Well, in the second half, IU East just totally took the life out of this one. I mean, they just, like we talked about earlier, this thing really blew open, and just really wasn't the same game that we saw in the first half. So kudos to IU East, and getting that much needed win. 2-game spread now between them and Point Park. for second place, or for first place, I'm sorry, in the KIAC Colonial Division. So it's in a very good spot are the Red Wolves.
All right, well, the Red Wolves take the 87-45 win. We'll see who's going to come over here for the post-game show. And we also should have some stats here in hand in just a moment. Kind of nice having the final stat, or the stat keeper right next to us here tonight. Not a treat we get to have too often here, but as we wait on one of the IU East women's basketball players to get over here for the post-game interview. Supposed to have somebody over here for us. So we'll see. Coach Moore said she'd send somebody over, looking like maybe Bailey Dryman or somebody. She's going to come over here. And so Bailey Dryman's going to join us here for the post-game show. Bailey, obviously a big win here today against IU Kokomo. Tell us a little bit about the game out there on the floor.
It's another big rival with another IU campus, and every time we play an IU campus, it's always a great game. It's always a big rivalry. I think Kokomo has a really great program. They started the same year as us, so last year was it was a really competitive environment, and I think that same environment got brought in today, and it's just really nice to play such a competitive team, and they're long and they got quick guards, and they're just a really great ball club.
Now, you've had a lot of competitive games lately, but the one thing I noticed tonight is it looked like you guys were having fun out there playing. Do you guys have the same response to that?
Coach always comes in and is like, I want you to have fun, but this is business. And, we try to think about that on the floor, and, we want to take care of business, but at the same time, you got to have fun doing it, or we're not going to play as well as we can. Whenever we're out there having fun, we're playing our best basketball.
All right, well, 3 conference games left this season. What does each conference win mean from here on out?
Every game from here on out is the most important game of the season. We're just taking it one game at a time. So right now, all we're thinking about is Brussia, and we're just gearing up, getting ready for Saturday. They're a great ball club. They've had some pretty big wins in conference, and we know it's going to be a really good competitive game.
All right, well, thanks for joining me. Congratulations on a great win here tonight.
Thank you.
All right, well, there you have it from Bailey Dryman talking about tonight's game and the win over IU Kokomo. Go ahead and go over the final stats. The Red Wolves for the game shot 54% from the field. They're also 35% from three-point range and 82% from the free throw line in tonight's game. They shot at the free throw line 9 for 11. They also had a total of 48 rebounds with 14 on offense, 34 on defense, as well as a total of 19 assists, 12 turnovers, 1 block, and 7 steals. For IU Kokomo, they shot 31% from the field, as well as 18% beyond the arc and 59% at the free throw line in tonight's game. Pulled down a total of 23 rebounds, 5 on offense, 18 on defense, with a total of 6 assists, 18 turnovers, 1 block, and 3 steals. Well, the Red Wolves take the win here at IU Kokomo tonight, 87-45. IU East improves to 17-9 on the season, 12-2 in Kentucky Intercollegiate Athletic Conference play, and IU Kokomo falls to 9-17, 4-11 in KIAC play. Next game for the women's basketball team is going to be this coming Saturday back at home at the Richmond High School Tiernan Center. Tip-off at 12 p.m. That's going to be the Pink Out Play 4K game. Be sure to be there for that game. The first 100 fans to enter the Tiernan Center that night, or that afternoon, will be given a free T-shirt. That's for the first 100 fans this Saturday at noon, as the women will be taking on Brescia and another KIAC matchup. While the Red Wolves take the win, 87-45, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back here in about 20 minutes with the men's basketball postgame show right here on the Red Wolves Sports Network. Stay tuned. Don't go away.
Hello everybody, I'm Morgan Gard, and this is your Pack Preview. Our Red Wolves are traveling to Kokomo today to take on rival and KIAC rival IU Kokomo. I'm joined with Coach Rigby right now to talk about today's game. So, hello Coach, how are you?
I'm good.
Good, we're glad to have you here today. So, the next 3 games are really important for you guys. How do you keep your team on track to your goal of conference tourney and nationals?
Really just take it one game at a time. You don't really talk about it too much. They know how important it is, especially coming down the stretch. So the more you draw attention to it, the more it affects you. And really you just talk about the next game, and that's the only one you can control. So.
Okay, well this next game is IU Kokomo, a big rival. What are some of the strengths they bring to the court?
They're fairly deep. They got a lot of guys that can do a lot of different things, so you can't just key in on one thing. So that's one of the things we really have to look at, and they shoot it pretty well as a team. Like I said, everybody can really shoot it a little bit, so you got to be aware of that.
Okay, and how have you in practice planned to offset those strengths?
Close out a little longer, get up in them, force them to drive. Just small details like that. You don't want to change too much, especially this late in the season. You stick with what got you here. So just some small details and we'll be fine.
Okay, and IU Kokomo is not that far of a drive, only 2 hours, so normally you guys come home afterwards. Is there a different mentality when you play a game that you can come home to right after?
Not really. Being a player and a coach, I kind of see the differences. As a player, there's not really that many differences. You don't have to deal with all the travel and all of that detail. But as a coach, it's a little bit different, a little less to do as far as arranging hotels and things like that. So probably more different as a coach than it is as a player. Okay,
and as a coach with the season coming to an end, how would you rate yourself?
Just trying to get better every day. I learn.
Okay.
I feel like I learn something new every day, whether it's small, whether it's big. I try to pick something up every single day that I can use moving forward.
Okay, well, Coach, I hope all those little lessons have brought you to a win today at IU Kokomo, so good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm Morgan Gard, and let's take this one over to our live commentators at IU Kokomo.
Hello once again, and welcome to IU East men's basketball here on the Red Wolves Sports Network. Women's team coming off of a win. They won 87-45 over IU Kokomo. Hello once again, thanks for joining us for tonight's men's basketball game here on the Red Wolves Sports Network. I'm Caleb Gillock. Number 26, IU East with a record of 16-11, 10-3 in the Kentucky Intercollegiate Athletic Conference. Getting ready to take on KIAC opponent IU Kokomo, who comes into the gym tonight with a 7-18 record, 3-9 in KIAC play. We'll start with IU East. They're coming off of an 87-78 loss to IU Southeast on Tuesday. Red Wolves are 5-0 against IU Kokomo since joining the NAIA. But the 2 meetings in IU Kokomo have been decided by single digits. So possibly another tough game here tonight for the Red Wolves. Taking a look at IU Kokomo, they've won 2 in a row, most recently an 84-69 home win against Asbury University on February 6th. The Cougars are currently 6th in the KIAC Capital Division, but are just 2 games out of 4th place, the cutoff for qualifying for the KIAC tournament. IU Kokomo is ranked 40th in the nation with a 72% free throw percentage, just under 72%. Expect to see a lot out of Trent Elliott tonight. He's a 6'5 sophomore guard. He leads the Cougars with 14.8 points per game. And Jerome Campbell, a 6-foot senior guard, he contributes 7 points a game to go along with the team best 6 rebounds, 3.5 assists, and 1 steal per game for IU Kokomo. Go ahead and take a quick look at the KIAC standings. We'll start with the Colonial Division. It's led by IU East right now, who received votes in this week's top 25 poll. Just 1 spot outside of the top 25. They're 10-3 in conference play, 16-11 on the season. And then followed by Ohio Christian, 9-3, WVU Tech 7-6, Point Park 7-7, Rio Grande 6-6, and Carlo rounds out the Colonial Division 0-13. Then in the Capital Division, it's led by Alice Lloyd, where the Red Wolves will be traveling to next Tuesday. And they have a 9-4 record, 13-10 on the season. Then Cincinnati Christian receiving votes in the top 25 poll as well, 8-4. Then Brescia 8-6, IU Southeast 5-7, Asbury 5-9, and IU Kokomo rounds out the Capital Division with a 3-9 conference record. Now at this time, let's go ahead and listen in to the pregame festivities and the starting lineups between the Red Wolves and the Cougars here at IU Kokomo on the Red Wolves Sports Network. The starting lineups for tonight's matchup between the IU Kokomo Cougars and the IU East Red Wolves. Looks like it's going to be another great matchup here in Kokomo this evening as the Red Wolves and Cougars get ready to square off here in Kokomo. Once again, IU East enters tonight's game just out one spot outside of the top 25, ranked 26th. They have a record of 16-11, 10-3, and IU Kokomo 7-18, 3-9 this season. Well, out to tip for IU East will be Dom Williams, one of the IU East seniors, and he's going up against Trent Elliott. We talked a little bit about him there in the pregame show. But the tip will go to the Red Wolves to get this ball game underway. Claypool passes over to the right wing to Lucas Huffman, who starts to make his way inside the lane. And now it's going to be over on the left side with Don Williams. Here's Huffman for the three to get the Red Wolves off to a great start. Misses the shot, but Claypool gets the basketball. He misses one as well. And Teeter gets the basketball for IU Kokomo. He's going to take it on down the floor. He's over on the right side. And he's going to pass out top to Campbell. Campbell works the ball over to the left side. It's going to be with Smith. Smith gives it right back to Campbell. And now backed out over at the left corner with Teeter. Teeter finds Pierre, and Pierre will get the Cougars off to a 2-0 start here in the first half. Claypool with the basketball over on the right side of the floor for the Red Wolves. Takes it down to the corner, gives it to Dom Williams. And Dom Williams to the rim, unable to score, and the Cougars get the basketball back. It's going to go out of bounds. It'll be IU East basketball with 19:01 to play. 19:01 to go. It's a 2 lead to start off the ball game here. And now it's going to be out over with Claypool. Back over to Parker Salinas. Now down to Vache Davis. Davis gives it to Claypool. Now on over to Salinas. Salinas goes up strong and gets a basket here for the Red Wolves. And it's 2-2. 18:40 to go. Parker Salinas had a year here at IU Kokomo. And had a chance to talk to him a little bit before the ball game. And he says he's always excited to come back over here to Kokomo and play against his former team. Here's Campbell to move to the basket, kicks it out over to the left side, and the shot is going to be long for Trent Elliott. And Don Williams will take it on down to the other end of the floor here for the Red Wolves. Shot fake by Huffman. Huffman in the lane and will miss. And a rebound there by the Cougars. So to go to the other end of the floor now. Campbell passes over to the left side to Smith. And Smith will give it right back to Elliott. Elliott out top to Teeter. Now down in the corner once again. Over to Smith. Down to Teeter. 8 on the shot clock now for IU Kokomo as Teeter misses one. And Don Williams gets the board for the Red Wolves. 17:44 to play. Claypool. Risky pass over to Parker Salinas, but the Red Wolves hang on to it. Now out to Salinas for the three from outside. Misses this one off the back of the rim. Still all tied up at 2 with 17:31 to go here in the first half. And it's going to be over on the left corner now. Smith brings it out, gets it into the hands of Elliott. Elliott over to Teeter, out on the IU logo by the wing. Now Smith tried to pass it out into Pierre, and it's going to be into the hands of the Red Wolves off the turnover now. Here's Huffman. Over to Davis, down to Williams. Williams starts to make his way to the lane. He misses. And now it's going to be out of bounds. IU Kokomo basketball. 16:58 to play. In the first half, ball inbounds to Teeter, and he will give it back to Elliott. Gives it to Campbell over on the right side of the floor, and he'll walk it down the floor across the center court. And now passes on over to the left side to Teeter, out by the sideline, defended by Vache Davis. And missing the shot that time for IU Kokomo is Elliott. Huffman takes it all down the floor now for the Red Wolves, gives it to Jacoby Claypool. And now it's back out top with Claypool after working the ball around a little bit on the left side. Behind the back pass to John Williams. Went up strong, missed the shot. It'll be tipped down over to the sideline by Parker Salinas to Jacoby Claypool. And now down to the corner, Vache with a shot fake from the left corner. And we've got a foul called on IU Kokomo. It's the first foul of the ball game, and it's going to be called on Christian Smith, who picks up his first personal. 16:17 to play in the first half. Now here's Huffman. Take the defender now on over to the right side, down to Vache Davis in the corner. And another foul called on the Cougars. It'll be the second team foul on IU Kokomo. And it's going to be on Smith as well. So he picks up 2 on himself and the team. Stay IU East basketball. New shot clock here with 16:09 to play. Still tied up at 2. Low-scoring game to start off, and now it's down low with Parker Salinas. Goes up and scores for the Red Wolves, and that puts IU East on top for the first time, 4-2. Elliott brings the ball across center court. Slight jog pass over the left side to Teeter. And now it'll be out on top. Pass over to the left side once again to Campbell. He starts to make his way down underneath the basket, out to Teeter on the right wing, and now dishes off to Campbell. Blocked by Vache Davis. And now the shot by Campbell, the rebound by Claypool. Passes on down the floor to Vache, wide open lane ahead, and then he's picked up by one of the IU Kokomo defenders. Now to go out of bounds, stays Red Wolves basketball with 24 on the shot clock, 15:31 to play in the first half. And now Claypool will take it out to the left of the Red Wolves basket. Going to get it out top, it's out on the floor. And putting up a fight for it against Campbell, is able to get the basketball back. And Claypool trying to get Campbell off of him, gets it to Lucas Huffman, and now a foul called on IU Kokomo again. And this will be the third foul on the Cougars. And this one's going to be on Campbell, who picks up his first. Now Lucas Huffman with the basketball. To the corner to Don Williams. One dribble, takes the shot, knocks it down, and Don Williams puts the Red Wolves up 9-2. That little story lying about Don Williams we'll talk a little bit about coming up at halftime. Don Williams is going to need you, the fans. He needs your help. We'll talk about that at the half. As Micah Pierre gets a basket on the other end for IU Kokomo. And Kyle Pippeter will make his way down in front of the scorer's table to check in here for the Red Wolves. 13:50 to go. And now it's going to be Salinas over to Claypool. Now Claypool passes down to the left block to Vache Davis. Davis off the backboard and scores, and it's 11-4. The Red Wolves up by 7. Campbell brings it down the floor here for IU Kokomo. Passes over to the left side to Elliott. Now on down out top to Teeter. Teeter passes over to the right wing to Campbell. 15 on the shot clock for IU Kokomo. On over to the left side. Shot fake and drive here by Kelly. All the way down inside. No call there as Don Williams hits the floor. And David Kelly with the basket here for the Cougars makes it 11-6. A little over 13 minutes to play here in the first half at IU Kokomo. The Red Wolves up by 5. Lucas Huffman almost lost the basketball that time trying to pass it. He's able to hang on to it. Vache for 3 from the right corner. No good. And Teeter comes out with the basketball here for IU Kokomo. Crosses over against Parker Salinas on his way down the floor. Goes to the baseline. Throws out top to Elliott. He takes a 3 from way outside. It'll be no good. The rebound by Jacoby Claypool. And he'll pass on down the floor here to Vache Davis. Davis finds Williams in the lane, and he scores 13-6. 12:27 to go here in the first half. As Campbell passes over to the left side to Elliott. And Elliott pass down low to Pierre was broken up. And we've got 4 Red Wolves coming into the ball game for the first time tonight. Jason Ray, Kyle Peppinger, Nate Niehoff, and Nick Bollenbacher. So 2 seniors, a junior, and a freshman. Into the lineup now for IU East. I think the only one that didn't come out of that group that was out on the floor was Lucas Huffman. Inbounds out top now to Kelly. And Kelly down the right side of the lane. Misses the layup from the block. And Niehoff gets the rebound for the Red Wolves. He takes it down the floor. Stops at top of the key. Gives it to Bollenbacher. On over to Ray in the left corner. Almost lost the basketball out of bounds. Able to regain his dribble. Now it's out to Pippeter. Shot fake. Goes to the free throw line. Kicks out to Niehoff. Niehoff over to Bollenbacher on the left side of the floor. And now spin move. And Niehoff is going to be called for the travel. So 11:48 to go here in the first half, and the Red Wolves on top, 13-6. We'll take a quick break and come back with the rest of the first half here on the Red Wolves Sports Network. And back to IU East men's basketball here on the Red Wolves Sports Network. The Red Wolves lead right now by 7. It's 13-6 with 11:48 to play in the first half. The inbounds to Campbell. Full court press here from the Red Wolves. And it's going to be fall back into man-to-man. On out top, now back over to the left side. It's going to be with Elliott. And Elliott gives it to Teeter, back to Campbell. Shot clock down to 5 for IU Kokomo as Teeter turns around, struggles to get a shot off, and Kelly throws one up and it goes. And it's 13-8. 5-point ball game, and now Nick Bollenbacher hands off to Pippinger over on the right side of the floor. They come out to top of the key, back over to Bollenbacher on the right side, down low to Niehoff, out to the right wing to Lucas Hoffman. Opposite wing to Kyle Pippinger. He drives to the basket. He's fouled and goes to the basket, gets the basket to go. He'll go to the free throw line for 1. And this foul is going to be called on Micah Peer. He picks up his first. And that'll be team foul number 4 on the Cougars. Vache Davis will come back into the ball game here for the Red Wolves. And Kyle Pippinger at the stripe for 1. This will put the Red Wolves up by 8. If he hits this free throw. This is the free throw. 15-8 is the score. Campbell brings it down the floor here for IU Kokomo. Over to the right side to Teeter. Now down in the corner. Back out top. And it's going to be with Powell. Powell over to Elliott. It's been moved down to the block. Up to there. Kelly with the rebound. And now we've got a foul called on the Red Wolves. That'll be the first foul on IU East in the ballgame. And that's going to be called on Vache Davis, who picks up his first. 10:36 to go here in the first half. And the Red Wolves up 15-8. Inbounds. And a basket here by Elliott. Makes it a 5-point ball game, 15-10. 10:26 to play. And the first half, all over to Pippinger, down in the left corner to Vache Davis. Now back out top to Nick Bollenbacher. He goes down the right side lane, kicks out to Ray. Pippinger reverses on around to Vache Davis. Davis to the rim. And they're going to get him with the offensive foul. And he's a little slow getting up. He started holding his arm. Still hasn't gotten up yet. So they're going to call a foul here on Vache Davis. He'll pick up his second off that offensive foul. And both Coach Hester and Jesse Tittle, the trainer from Reed Orthopedics, down there helping Vache. They've got him up and looks like holding his left wrist as he starts to make his way over toward the IU East bench. So Vache will come out of the ball game and be examined. So out on the floor now for the Red Wolves is Ray, Bollenbacher, Pippinger, Claypool, and Thomas. 10-11 to go in the first half. Here at IU Kokomo. Red Wolves on top, 15-10. Thanks for joining us here on your Thursday evening on the Red Wolves Sports Network for an audio-only broadcast. We wanted to bring video to you tonight, but we got over here a limited amount of space and nowhere to put a camera on this side of the gym. Not enough cable to reach to the opposite side of the gym. 9:45 to go. And now Claypool starting to take it, dishes it off to Ray. Out top to Bollenbacher for the 3. Off the back of the rim, but Claypool able to get out to the basketball on top of the key. And the Red Wolves will start to get the offense going once again here. And the shot, no good. Rebound by IU Kokomo. 9:25 to play in the first half. Now it's going to be out on top. Over to Teeter on the left side, down into the corner to now inside the paint. Here is the basket by Kelly. And he makes it a 3-point ball game, 15-12. as Bollenbacher has it on the left wing now for IU East. Bollenbacher passes to Pippinger. He takes the three. Up and in for Kyle Pippinger. 18-12, now a 6-point lead for the Red Wolves. And on over to the left side. Back over to the left side to Powell and working it all around. In the corner, Kelly with a three-point basket, and that makes it 18-15. 8:18 to play, and it's a three-point ball game. Kyle Pippinger gives the ball to Jason Ray out on the left elbow. Now back over to Claypool. Ray, shot fake from three-point land. Passes over to Bollenbacher on the left wing. And shot clock under 10 here for the Red Wolves. Pippinger with the basketball off the screen from Ray. And now Pippinger gives it to Jason Ray for the three. This one up and in for Jason Ray. And we're back up to a 6-point ball game here at IU Kokomo. 21-15 is the score. The Red Wolves on top right now over the Cougars. Back down to the corner to Teeter. We'll bring the ball inside the lane, and we've got a foul called on the Red Wolves. This one's going to be called on Kyle Pippinger. And Pippinger will pick up his first personal and team's fourth on the Red Wolves, and that'll bring Hoffman and Salinas back into the Red Wolves lineup with 7:35 to play. They get down for IU Kokomo's Campbell to the left of their basket. And he gets it inbounds over on the left side to Powell. Now Teeter back down to Elliott. Elliott back to Campbell over on the wing. Elliott for three from the left corner. No good. The rebound by Aaron Thomas. Thomas, the 6'7" freshman from Fort Wayne. On over to Lucas Hoffman out on the right wing. He starts to make progress toward the rim and kicks out to Salinas. Salinas over to Pippinger on the left side of the floor. He goes to the rim, and this one won't go. Salinas gets the rebound, and now it's going to be scrapped away there by IU Kokomo. On over to the left side of the lane, and we've got a foul called on Aaron Thomas. He went straight up, it looked like, against Brian Powell. So Aaron Thomas will pick up his first, and team foul number 4 on the Red Wolves. And this free throw will be good. John Williams back out into the Red Wolves lineup now. 6:50 to play in the first half. Second free throw, good for Powell as well, and it's now 21-17. 6:43 to play as Claypool brings it down the floor. Salinas for the three. No, and it's going to be rebounded by IU Kokomo. Peter takes it over to the left side, out to the corner. Kelly for the three. It goes long, picked up by Jacoby Claypool, who brings it across the center court line for the Red Wolves. Now over to Hoffman on the right side of the floor. Claypool over to Williams for the three from the left side. Up and in for John Williams. And it's 24-17 with 6:12 to go. Red Wolves up by 7 right now. Now to Kelly on the post. Turn around is going to be short. Picked up by Don Williams. And now on down the floor. Here's Claypool, crosses over at the right elbow. Now Hoffman started to make his way to the basket. Gets it to go, and looks like they're going to go ahead and give him the basket. So the basket's good. The foul is going to be on number 20. That's Trent Elliott, who picks up his first. And team's fifth on IU Kokomo. The timeout down on the floor. 26-17 the score. IU East on top. Here in the first half. We'll be right back on the Red Wolves Sports Network. And welcome back to IU East men's basketball here on the Red Bull Sports Network. 5:43 to go. And Lucas Huffman at the free throw line here for the Red Wolves. And the free throw's good. He had the made basket there before we went to the break. And it's now 27-17. I agree with the score. 5.5 to go. Tater passes over in the left corner. We blocked there by the Red Wolves, but they keep the basketball. Teeter from way outside. And Kelly able to get to the basketball there for IU Kokomo. Makes it 5-12 to play here in the first half. Kelly called for the travel. That'll turn it over to the Red Wolves with 5:08 to play in the first half. Kobe Claypool will bring it up the floor for the Red Wolves. A little over 5 minutes to go here in the first half. All over to Huffman. Now Salinas takes the three. This one up and in for Parker Salinas. And it's 32-17. Red Wolves extending their lead now to 13. Back over to Campbell on the left side. And now it's going to be with Elliott. Passes over to Campbell on the left side once again. Now down to the corner, broken up by Parker Salinas. And now it's going to be their ball out of bounds. IU Kokomo will bring in Bo Dedman first time tonight. And now it's going to be on over to the corner to Teeter. He takes the three. This one rattles out. And Ray gets to the basketball here for IU East. Over to Jacoby Claypool. Claypool inside the lane, out to Salinas. He's going to make a move to get inside the lane. He gets all the way down to the rim and scores here for IU East. And now it's 32-17. Red Wolves up by 15. And now IU Kokomo starting to feel some pressure here from this full court press by IU East, and they turn it over off of a 10-second violation. Couldn't get across the timeline there in 10 seconds. That'll bring Kyle Pippinger back into the ballgame and Micah Pierre head for IU Kokomo. And now there's 3:53 to play. Nate Niehoff in for the Red Wolves as well. So we've got 3:53 to play. And it's going to be Red Wolves basketball out of bounds near center court. Pippinger put it in the backcourt to Jacoby Claypool. He walks it across center court. Now over to the right wing to Lucas Huffman. Huffman over to Salinas for a three from the left wing. This one off just a little bit. And the rebound by IU Kokomo. Campbell takes it on down the floor. And now inside the lane, we've got a foul. It's going to be on IU East. This one called on Pippinger, who picks up his second personal. We got 3:35 to go in the first half. 5-5 on fouls. And John Williams will come back into the ballgame here for IU East. Going to be IU Kokomo, ball out of bounds to the left of their own basket. New shot clock, 3:35 to go in the first half. Scores 32-17. IU East with the lead as Campbell gets to the basket. And unable to finish at the rim that time. Claypool and the Red Wolves will take it on down to the other end of the floor. Williams with it in the left corner. Now Claypool over to the right elbow, gives it to Lucas Huffman. Now Huffman feeds it down inside. Don Williams with a reverse. It won't go. And the Kokomo Cougars come out with the basketball here. 3:05 to play. Now we've got an official timeout. As Campbell looked at the official. And we're going to take a moment and dry off the basketball here. There's going to be 2:58 to play in the first half. 18 on the shot clock for IU Kokomo. And taking it out is going to be number 20. That is Trent Elliott. He takes it out of bounds here. IU Kokomo puts it just barely into the backcourt to Campbell, and he's going to walk it over to the left side of the floor. Campbell trying to get inside the lane, puts one up at 2, and Nate Niehoff, the height advantage over the defender. Nice hesitation by Parker Salinas. Call looked like a good hesitation, and as he waits to go up, the travel called on Parker Salinas. So turns it over to IU Kokomo with 2:33 to go. Pass over here to the right side to Teeter. And now it's going to be with Elliott. Elliott passes down to the corner. Three-point shot is up and in for Bo Dedman. And there's 2:15 to go. It's 32-20. Joey Claypool down to the baseline, back out to Huffman on the right wing. Now Huffman starts to go towards the basket. Back out to Claypool. Niehoff works it over the left wing to Don Williams. Now Williams sees an open shot, takes it, rattles out, and the rebound by Elliott. He'll take it to the other end of the floor here for IU Kokomo. 1:48 to play in the first half here at IU Kokomo. All out on top with David Kelly. Now back over on the right wing. Elliott spin move inside the lane. And the offensive foul. Good charge there by Nate Niehoff. So this is going to be called on number 20, Trent Elliott. And he picks up his second, team sixth. And IU Kokomo head coach Jace Thompson pleading his case with the official about how it couldn't have been a charge. Minute 32 to go as Claypool crosses the timeline, gets it over to Huffman. Now Salinas with the basketball. They go over to the left side, hands it off to Claypool. Now over to Huffman. He takes the three. Up and in for Lucas Huffman, the IU East sophomore. And it's now 35-20 with a minute 14 to play. The court press here again from the Red Wolves. And now Teeter starts to make his way to the lane, throws it over into the corner. And Bo Dedman to the rim once again and scores for IU Kokomo. And it's 35-22. Now Salinas out to Niehoff for the three. This one off the rim, no good. And the rebound by IU Kokomo. Teeter takes it to the other end of the floor for the Cougars. Down underneath the basket, kicks out to Kelly in the left corner. He gets to the side of the lane, misses the shot. And the Red Wolves have the basketball. 30 seconds to go, 26 on the shot clock. And Claypool's going to hang on to it out high. About a 2.5 second differential between the shot clock and the game clock. 13 to go here in the first half. Claypool to Niehoff to Salinas. Shot clock down to 3. Tough shot there by Parker Salinas. Kicks it to the corner. Huffman for the 3. This one finds its way in at the buzzer. And the Red Wolves will lead 38-22 here at the half. A great first half of basketball there by the Red Wolves. And Curtis Frame all excited, giving Coach Hester a hug there before they head back to the locker room. So at the half, IU East is going to lead 38-22. The officials and everybody standing around here, not really sure what's going on as everybody's waiting to go back toward the locker room. But all three officials and some of the IU East players and the coaching staff all still out here. Now they start to make their way back toward the locker room. So at halftime, the Red Wolves lead 38-22. And should have the stats here momentarily. We'll go ahead and go through those before we go to the break here at halftime. But good lead here for the Red Wolves at the half. And before we start going through the halftime stats, mentioned earlier some good news about Dom Williams, who had a decent first half there for the Red Wolves. So we'll go ahead and tell you a little bit about that. Dom Williams, You need to go online. You can go to iueredwolves.com, and you'll find the article there on the homepage. If not, go to the men's basketball tab and click on the news section, and you'll be able to find a link to it. But Don Williams is in a national dunker contest. It's called the Dark Horse Dunker Contest. It's by State Farm. And what you need to do is go on there and vote daily for Dom. When I looked earlier today, he was behind against his opponent. It's a bracket-style challenge. And right now it's at the round of 16, so be sure to go on there and vote for Dom. There's like 6 days left before they narrow it down to the 8 participants in round 2. So we'll go ahead and take a quick look. I believe this is going to be the halftime stat sheet. So go ahead and go through this. And we'll start with IU East. 12 of 23 there in the first half from field goal range for 52%. They're also 4 of 9 from three-point range for 44%. And 0 for 1. I don't think this is going to be current at half, but it says 0 for 1 at the free throw line here for the Red Wolves in the stat sheet that was on top of the pile over here. So, IU East 0 for 1 looked like they're in the first half at the free throw line. Total of 15 rebounds, 4 on offense, 11 on defense, as well as 7 assists, 4 turnovers, 2 blocks, and 1 steal. And for IU East, or for IU Kokomo, they had 7 of 21 for 33%, 1 for 5, 3-point range for 20%, and 2 for 2 at the line for 100%. Total of 11 rebounds, 3 on offense, 8 on defense. And from there, 5 assists, 2 turnovers, and 1 steal. So I believe that's going to be our halftime stats recap. If not, we'll have an official one there before we start the second half. But at halftime, going into the locker room, Red Wolves lead 38-22 here on the Red Wolves Sports Network. We'll be back in about 10 minutes with the second half of IU East men's basketball right here on the Red Wolves Sports Network. And back to IU East men's basketball here on the Red Bull Sports Network. Caleb Gillock, thanks for joining me on your Thursday evening. Going into the second half, it's going to be a 38-22 lead for the IU East Red Wolves over IU Kokomo. We did get an updated box score, so we'll go ahead and go through that really quick. The Red Wolves 15 of 31 from the field for 48%. They were also 7 of 14 from three-point range for 50% and 1 for 2 at the stripe for 50%. Red Bulls had a total of 20 rebounds, 5 on offense, 15 on defense, and a total of 9 assists, 5 turnovers, 4 blocks, and 1 steal there in the first half. For IU Kokomo, 9 of 29 from the field for 31%. They're also 2 of 10 from three-point range for 20%, and 2 for 2 at the free throw line for 100%. They were only out-rebounded by 3. They had a total of 17, 5 on offense, 12 on defense, with 6 assists, 5 turnovers, and 1 steal in the first half. So it's going to be a 38-22 lead for the IU East Red Wolves to get things underway here in the second half. Once again, thanks for joining us here on the Red Wolves Sports Network on your Thursday evening. Red Wolves playing in another KIAC matchup. And one thing that's good to see, Vache Davis back out onto the floor here for the Red Wolves. Found out just had the wind knocked out of him there in the first half. And it took him some time to gain that back and wanted to be sure that he was good to go for the second half. But looks like Vache good to go to start the second half here for the IU East Red Wolves. It's going to be IU Kokomo basketball to get the second half underway. Starting for the Red Wolves in the second half will be Williams, Salinas, Davis, Claypool, and Huffman. All inbounds. And we are underway. Campbell with the basketball, passes over to the right side. Here's Teeter for a 3 to get things started for the Cougars. And doesn't get it to go. The rebound by Parker Salinas, who gives it to Jacoby Claypool. He'll bring it on down the floor here for IU East. Claypool finds Don Williams. Williams kicks over to the far side. Salinas for the 3. This one up and in for Parker Salinas. And now the Red Wolves lead 41-22. Campbell brings it down the floor here for IU Kokomo. It's going to be with Teeter. Teeter with the basketball out on top, pass over to the right side. And now it's going to be back out on top. Elliott all around over to the left side, back to Teeter. And the shot good for Kelly. And that'll make it 41-24 with 19:06 to play here in the second half. Vache Davis with the ball over on the left wing. Now to Don Williams. Salinas on down to the corner to Jacoby Claypool. And Claypool gives it to Huffman. Huffman crosses over. This is going to be with Vache Davis now. Finds Huffman down at the right block. 7 on the shot clock for the Red Wolves. Finds Claypool inside the lane. And now the Red Wolves lead 43-24. IU East up by 19 right now with 18:35 to go. Women's team won earlier today, 87-45 over IU Kokomo. They had the 5 o'clock game here this evening. Both teams will be at home on Saturday, taking on Brescia at home. Then it'll tip off at noon, the men to follow at 2 for Senior Day. And going to the basket, unable to score here is Smith, but he's fouled and will go to the free throw line for IU Kokomo. And the foul is going to be against Don Williams. He picks up his first. And team's first on the Red Wolves here in the second half. First free throw, no good for Christian Smith. Smith's a sophomore guard from Frankfort, Indiana. Stands at 6'2". He's a 66% free throw shooter coming into tonight's ball game. This is the second free throw. And this will go out of bounds. And it'll be off of both Williams and Davis. Nothing they can do about that one. So 18-12 to go in the second half. The Red Wolves up 43-24. Ball inbounds to Teeter out near center court. All over to the right side. Campbell with the basketball on the right sideline. Now he'll pass it back out top to Kelly. And Kelly over to Elliott. Now Elliott back out top. Now to Teeter. Shot clock at 15. Now Now Campbell starts to go to the lane and throws it over to the right side of the floor, picked off by Parker Salinas. And now Huffman gives it to Claypool, finds Don Williams wide open underneath the basket, can't get the reverse layup to fall. And the rebound by IU Kokomo as Kelly brings it to the other end of the floor here for IUK. And there's going to be a foul called on Parker Salinas. And Salinas will pick up his first, team's second on the Red Wolves. And that's going to put Smith at the free throw once again here for IU Kokomo with 17:25 to play in the second half. First free throw. He's going for Smith. And that's going to bring Bo Dedmond back into the ballgame for IU Kokomo. So it's 43-25. And second free throw good as well. 43-26, 17:23 to play in the second half here at IU Kokomo as Jacoby Claypool breaks it across the center court line for the Red Wolves. Claypool passes over to Salinas. Now Salinas back out to Claypool. Claypool to Williams. Williams on over to Davis. Davis starts to make his way down toward the basket. Throws one up. It won't go. Williams with the rebound for the Red Wolves. He's fouled. We go to the free throw line here for the Red Wolves. And the foul is going to be called on Bo Dedmond. He picks up his first. And that'll send Dom Williams, the IU East senior, to the free throw line. He's one of 5 seniors. It's going to be senior day on Saturday as the Red Wolves will be taking on Brescia at home. The men's game scheduled to start at 2 o'clock. The women will also be having their play for K Peakout game at noon on Saturday. So be sure to make it on over to the Tiernan Center this Saturday as the Red Wolves will be taking on Brescia. The first free throw was missed by Dom Williams. He's got one more right here, and the Red Wolves are up right now 43-26. Second free throw for Williams will be short off the front end of the rim. And the rebound by Elliott. He gives it to Teeter over on the right side of the floor. Dishes on down into the corner. Now he'll be back out top. Dedmond with the basketball. Finds Teeter. He takes the three from the right wing. No good. And John Williams almost had the basketball, but it'll be out of bounds off of him as he had one of the IU Kokomo players on him trying to get the basketball as well. 16:43 to go. And Aaron Thomas will enter the ball game here for IU East. Thomas, one of the freshmen on the roster for the Red Wolves. And now we've got a foul called on Parker Salinas. So Salinas picks up his second and team's third on the Red Wolves. A lob it inbounds out top to Elliott. He gives it to Teeter on the left wing for the three. No good. Thomas with the rebound. And now they get it to Claypool. He'll bring it on down the floor for the Red Wolves. Davis with the cross-court pass over to the right corner to Parker Salinas. Back down to Parker Salinas from Huffman. He's inside the lane, out to Huffman for the three from the right corner. This one short, off the rim, and the rebound by Elliott. 16:14 to play. Three-point shot from top of the key. No good for Elliott. Rebound by Thomas. On down the floor. Here's Salinas. Off the backboard and scores. 45-26. Red Wolves back on top by 19. 15:55 to play in the ballgame. Peter brings it over to the left side. Will feed it down to Elliott. Elliott, mid-range, takes the shot. No good. The rebound by Thomas. And now Claypool pushes the ball on up the floor to Lucas Huffman. Huffman to Claypool. Claypool inside the lane. Spin move to the basket and scores 47-26. Red Wolves up by 21 now. On over to the left side, and now no good there for Kelly twice. Out to Teeter. Shot fake for three-point range. Gives it to Dedmond on top of the key. On over to Elliott on the left wing. We've got 15-13 to go. Spin move to get inside the lane. Shot no good. Thomas tips it up into the air. And Vache Davis racing to the ball and gets it. And now it'll be on down the floor to Parker Salinas under the basket. Tough shot by the senior, and now it is 49-26. The Red Wolves up by 23. 14:52 to go. And now we've got a foul called down at the baseline. This one's going to be called on the Red Wolves' number 5, Jacoby Claypool. Claypool will pick up his first. And should be team foul number 4 here on IU East, and it is. Niehoff back out on the floor for the Red Wolves. And we've got 14:47 to go. The ball inbounds to Pierre. On over to the right side to Dedmon. He gives it to Teeter. Goes round off the screen. It's going to be out of bounds. As the Red Wolves, they went out of bounds off of IU Kokomo, but the officials keep their call, and it's going to stay with the Cougars at this end of the floor. Dedmon passes over to the left side. Teeter feeds it down to Pierre. Now back to Teeter. And now foul called here on the Red Wolves. This one's going to be called on Nate Niehoff, who picks up his first. And team foul number 5. And bounds over in the corner. Broken up by the Red Wolves. Davis passes on down to Huffman. Finds Claypool down at the baseline. Nate Niehoff gets the basket here for the Red Wolves. And now it is 51-26. Red Wolves up by 25 with 14:03 to play. Gator crosses over behind the back. Steps back from the free throw line. Doesn't get the fader to go. And going up that time is Devin Burton. He's fouled, and he'll go to the line here with the foul being called on Jacoby Claypool. So Burton goes to the free throw line here for IUK. First free throw, no good. Burton's an 85% free throw shooter entering this ball game. Pollenbacher and Pippinger back out on the floor now for the Red Wolves. And Burton at the free throw line to shoot one more. It's 51-26. Second free throw falls. And now it's 51-27. All right, we've got a 30-second timeout taken by IU Kokomo. 13:56 to play in the second half here on the Red Wolves Sports Network, where the Red Wolves lead 51-27. And back to IU East men's basketball here on the Red Wolves Sports Network. 13:56 to play. And it's going to be inbounds. Pollenbacher over to Niehoff. And now Niehoff will take one dribble and throw it across the half-court line. It'll go out of bounds to IU Kokomo. They'll get the ball with 13:47 to go. Gator passes on over to the left side. Now Dedmon with the basketball on the left sideline. Passes on over to back out to Dedmon. Teeter from way outside. This one won't go either. Pierre with the rebound. There's the three-point shot taken and knocked down by IU Kokomo's Devin Burton. And now it's a 21-point ball game. The Red Wolves still on top by 21, 51-30. Over to the left side, Pippinger, shot fake. Makes a few dribbles, gives it to Lucas Huffman. Now to Nate Niehoff. Niehoff. Pass over to Nick Pollenbacher. Pollenbacher out on the right side. He goes inside the lane, gives it to Nate Niehoff. Inside the lane, to the rim once again, and scores here for the Red Wolves. And it is 53-30. Teeter passes over to the right side. Now working back over to the left side. Back to Teeter. 12:35 to play in the second half. And a foul called here on the Red Wolves. This one be called on Aaron Thomas. Actually going to be called on Nate Niehoff instead of Thomas. So Niehoff will pick up his second. And Salinas and Ray back into the ball game here for the Red Wolves. And Vache Davis will return here for the Red Wolves as well. Only 2 more games for the Red Wolves after today. They've got Brescia at home on Saturday, and then they'll travel to Alice Lloyd to finish off the regular season. And then anxiously await the conference tournament. First free throw here for Pierre is good. That'll make it 53-31. Second free throw. Good as well, and it's 53-32. Bollenbacher gives it to Ray. Ray on over to the left side to Bollenbacher. Now down to Parker Salinas. Davis to Salinas to Pippinger. On down to Bollenbacher. Now Vache Davis with the basketball over to Jason Ray. Right corner to Salinas for the three. This one won't go. Tapped back out to Salinas. And he gives it to Pippinger, who puts up a three. It rattles out. And a rebound here by IU Kokomo's number 33. That is Christian Smith. Now Dedman with the basketball over to the left side. Passes on over. And now it'll be back out top with Teeter. Teeter over to Pierre. Shot goes long. And now Vache Davis will take it on down to the other end of the floor. Here's Kyle Pippinger down to Bollenbacher. And we've got a foul called on IU Kokomo. Their second foul of the half. Yeah, the foul is going to be called on Pierre, who picks up his second personal. All right, well, we've got a timeout on the floor. IU East leads right now 53-32 over IU Kokomo. We'll take a quick break and come back with the next few minutes of the second half here on the Red Wolves Sports Network. And back to IU East men's basketball here on the Red Wolves Sports Network. 53-32 lead for the men's basketball team over IU Kokomo. A shot fake from Kyle Pippinger over on the left wing. Now over to Vache Davis, down to the corner to Salinas. And now back over to Nick Bollenbacher on the left side. He throws over to Jason Ray, and now here's Vache Davis. Just off from the right to the top of the key, but Jason Ray got the rebound and a basket here for the Red Wolves. And Jason Ray makes the IU East lead 55-32. Now it'll be passed on over to the left side. Smith down to Pierre. He scores for IUK. And it's 55-34. On down the floor to Parker Salinas. Zim with about 3 other gray jerseys. IU Kokomo wearing their gray uniforms with the red trim, and the Red Wolves wearing their crimson red uniforms here tonight. On over to the right side, Davis. On over to the left side to Bollenbacher. Now out top to Parker Salinas. Over to Davis on the right wing for the three. This one off the mark. And Nick Bolenbacher able to tip it out to Kyle Pippinger. And the Red Wolves will get one more possession here with a new shot clock. 10:20 to play in the second half. So Bolenbacher with the basketball here for the Red Wolves. He's got it out top inside the circle. And now a pass down low to Parker Salinas. Now Pippinger for three from the left wing. No good. And the rebound by IU Kokomo's Burton. Comes to a stop. Gives it to Dedmond for the three. Slow shot, but the rebound. Go back out. Here's Smith. He's going to take a few dribbles. And pass down into the corner. Now to Teeter. He takes it down into the corner. Back to Dedmond on the wing. And reverse it all around. Here's Teeter for three. This one will go. And now it's 55-37. IU Kokomo starting to get a little bit of a run going. And now Vache Davis. Over to the corner to Parker Salinas for the three. And it's 58-37. Red Wolves are up by 21. Teeter brings it on over to the left side for IU Kokomo. Over to the side of the lane, out to Dedmond. Now it'll be Smith with the basketball. All the way down to the right block. And the foul is going to be Vache Davis. He picks up his third personal. And team foul number 8. That's going to put Smith here at the free throw line for 2. And now it is 58-38. 8:51 to play here in the second half. Second free throw is good as well. Has it under a 20-point ball game now. The Red Wolves lead 58-39. Back over to Lucas Huffman. And now Huffman will take it on over to Parker Salinas in the left corner. He gets inside the lane, throws it over to the right corner. Now Vache Davis with the basketball. 8:31 to go. 10 on the shot clock here for the Red Wolves. Over to Huffman, left corner. 3, this one off the mark. And the rebound by Smith. He gets it to Teeter, and he's going to bring it on down the floor for IU Kokomo. Spin move inside the lane, no good. And brought down by Jacoby Claypool. Got way up in the air that time to get the basketball. Huffman throws it to Davis. Davis goes up, draws the foul, and he'll go to the line. And the foul is going to be called on Bo Dedmond. He picks up his second. And now Vache Davis will go to the line for 2. First free throw, no good for Vache. Vache, one of the 5 seniors, will be recognized this week on Saturday. This is both. Still 58-39. Got 8:01 to go. Now be out on top of the key. Back over to the right side with Elliott. And shot taken here by Elliott. No good. The rebound by Dom Williams. Taken on down the floor. Salinas gives it to Claypool. And Claypool out on the right wing with the basketball right now. And it looks like the Red Wolves will get an offensive set going here. Claypool off the screen from Williams. And now down inside the paint to Lucas Huffman. He gives it to Dom Williams. Williams back out to Huffman. And Huffman unable to finish there at the rim. And we go on down to the other end of the floor. Three-point shot knocked down by Bo Dedmond. And now it is going to be 58-42. a 16-point ball game. Don Williams takes it over to the far side, kicks out to Salinas. Now working on around over to the left side. Claypool tripped on it, but Burton, he was able to get it out and throw it to one of the IU Kokomo players. On down to the corner, three-point shot taken and knocked down by Trent Elliott. And now it's a 13-point ball game, 58-45, and a full timeout taken by IU Kokomo. They've got the momentum going right now here in the second half. Late in the second half. 6:36 to go. 58-45 lead for IU East. It's a 13-point lead on the Red Wolf Sports Network. We'll take a quick break. Get back with more IU East men's basketball right here on the Red Wolf Sports Network. And back to IU East men's basketball here on the Red Wolf Sports Network. Red Wolves were up by over 20, and now it's been cut down to a 13-point ball game off of a couple of three-pointers by IU Kokomo. And now it's going to be IU East basketball coming out of the full timeout taken by IU Kokomo. Don Williams passes on over to Claypool. Claypool over to Williams. And now it's going to be back out to Claypool, over to Davis. And Davis, all the foul. It's going to be on the floor. He's not in the act of shooting yet. This one is going to be called on Stephen Calhoun. So 6:21 to go. All the way bounds to Parker Salinas. Salinas on her hands it to Huffman, and Huffman with the basket for the Red Wolves. And that puts the lead back up to 15, 60-45, but still a lot of time to go with this ball game. Kelly with the ball out on top. Back over to the right side. Elliott for three. Rattles in. And now it's down to a 12-point ball game, 60-48. And an offensive foul called here on Don Williams, as he pushed the defender off of him. And Williams picks up his second. All right, 12-point ball game. IU Kokomo closing in on the IU East lead. 60-48, 5:48 to go in the ball game here on the Red Wolf Sports Network. And back to IU East men's basketball here on the Red Wolves Sports Network. It's 60-48 with 5:48 to go in the ball game. IU Kokomo has been hitting a couple of big shots, especially from three-point range here late in the second half. That's got it down to this 12-point ball game. IU East was up over 20, I think close to 25 at one point to be exact. And that'll be over to the right side. And it's going to be out on the floor. And Stephen Calhoun is able to get down on the ground and try to call for the timeout. They're going to call the jump ball. It's going to stay with IU Kokomo. And 5:25 to go. 7 on the shot clock for IU Kokomo. And IU Kokomo will be taking it out. The officials are actually going to go ahead and meet here. Most likely to... It's going to be either discuss the possession arrow. Yeah, they do go ahead and change it. It's going to be... Okay, maybe not. They're going to send both teams over toward their benches as they go ahead and discuss what the call is going to be here. So it's either going to be the possession arrow or the shot clock. And as the official starts to make his way over here, we'll find out what's going on. Listening in, it's going to be Kokomo ball to begin the half. And they explained it. So the last one was to Kokomo, so this one will be to IU East. So the Red Wolves basketball with 5:25 to play. All right, 5:25 to go. Red Wolves up by 12, 60-48 here on the Red Wolves Sports Network. Inbounds to Vache Davis. He gives it to Claypool. Will bring it on across center court. On over to Vache Davis. Put it on over to Parker Salinas. Now Salinas. Davis. And Huffman for three from top of the key. Won't go, but the rebound by Vache Davis. He gets the putback for the Red Wolves. And now it is 62-48. Peter with the basketball. And over to the right side to Elliott. 4:42 to go. Elliott puts up a three. This one won't fall. And Jacoby Claypool gets the rebound for IU East. Claypool gives it to Salinas. Salinas brings it over the left side, gives it to Don Williams. And now it's going to be Huffman. Gets the basket to go, and he'll go to the free throw line for one more. 64-48. The foul is going to be on Stephen Calhoun. He picks up his second personal. And that'll put Lucas Huffman at the free throw line for one more. Chance to extend that lead back up to 17 here at the line for Lucas Huffman. And Huffman capable of doing that, 72% free throw shooter. Misses the free throw though. 64-48, 4:21 to go. Over to the right side, Teeter goes down to the basket. He's going to be fouled at the other free throw line, with this foul being on Lucas Huffman. And Huffman picks up his first. So Teeter will go to the free throw line for a pair of free throws. Makes the first one. And that's going to bring Bo Dedmond back into the ball game for IU Kokomo. And Dedmond's been dangerous from three-point range here in this half. Second free throw, no good for Teeter. The rebound by the Red Wolves off of the free throw. One down to the other end of the floor. Now Huffman sweeps, takes it over to the left side of the basket, won't get it to go. Williams trying to throw it out. It'll be picked up by IU Kokomo. Now Dedmon all the way down to the left block from the other end of the floor. He gives it to Burton. Now a three-point shot by Kelly. It rattles out. It'll be tipped out to Jacoby Claypool. Claypool passes on down to Huffman. And Huffman goes up. Nothing there. Throw it on down the floor to Dedmon. Dedmon fights for the basketball. Gets it to Teeter. And now it's going to be down the corner out to the wing. Here's Kelly with the basketball on top. An offensive foul called. Good effort there on defense by Parker Salinas. Getting that charge call. The foul is going to be on David Kelly. Not too often you see that call made out on top of the key like that, but was this time and in favor of the Red Wolves. Salinas gives it to Claypool over on the left wing. And Claypool gives it to Huffman. Huffman is going to be fouled and go to the free throw line. This foul will be called on Devin Burton. He picks up his first. So one more free throw here for Lucas Huffman. Or two free throws here for Lucas Huffman. 3:07 to go. Waiting on the free throw here from Huffman. And the free throw is going to be good here for Lucas. That'll make it 65-49. He's got one more free throw coming up. Second free throw good as well. 66-49, 3:03 to play. And three-point shot by Elliott. Up and in. And now it's 66-52. Pass up the floor to Lucas Huffman. Huffman out to Williams, over to the left side now to Vache Davis. And Davis will give it to Claypool. Claypool out high. Starts taking over the left side. Give it down to Vache Davis. Gets to the basket. He'll be fouled. And he'll go to the free throw line for two. This foul will be called on Devin Burton as well. He picks up his second. And now Davis at the free throw line. An 82% free throw shooter. The free throw for Vache Davis is good. 67-52. .233 to go. And second free throw good for Vache. 68-52 is the score. 16-point lead for the IU East Red Wolves. Under 2.5 minutes to play here at IU Kokomo. Elliott puts up another three. This one up and in. Didn't look like it was going to go, but it ended up going. And now it's back to a 13-point ball game. 68-55 on a timeout taken by IU Kokomo with 2:21 to play. So it's going to be a full timeout by IU Kokomo. 2:21 to go. Full timeout, IU Kokomo here on the Red Bull Sports Network. And back to IU East men's basketball on the Red Wolf Sports Network. 2:18 to go in the ball game. And pass way off the floor to Don Williams. The Red Wolves lead 68-55. And now Don Williams gives it to Jacoby Claypool. And you've got to expect with the way that IU Kokomo has been hitting here late in the ball game, that the Red Wolves are going to try to take every second of the shot clock that they can here. Davis down to the rim. Slap on the backboard, nothing there. And IU Kokomo gets the basketball. And now on down the floor with Elliott. Elliott gives it to Teeter. Teeter out to the corner. And Burton with the three for IU Kokomo. And now we're down to a 10-point ball game. 68-58. And another full timeout taken by IU Kokomo. All right, minute 40 to go. 10-point ball game here on the Red Wolf Sports Network. Stay tuned for the final minutes of this ball game here on the Red Wolf Sports Network. And back to IU East men's basketball here on the Red Wolf Sports Network. We've got a minute 40 to go in this ball game. And IU Kokomo has cut it down to a 10-point ball game. All inbounds to Lucas Huffman. Huffman has a defender all over him all the way down the floor. Still does, and now the foul called. And Lucas Huffman getting a few words in about that as well. Burton was all over him to go down the floor that time. And it's 1-1 here for the Red Wolves. Huffman goes to the free throw line. Minute 34 to play. First free throw is good for Lucas Huffman. That'll make it 69-58. Red Wolves back up by 11 as Jason Ray replaces Don Williams. Here's the second free throw for the IU East sophomore. This one doesn't go, and the rebound by Kelly. And he gets it to Nick Teeter. Teeter brings it over to the left side. And now it's going to go down to Burton. Burton gives it to Elliott. Stripped away by Vache Davis. And the Red Wolves have the basketball back with 1:16 to go in the half. And now it's going to be thrown into the hands of Kelly. Kelly has the basketball over to Elliott, down to the corner, three-point shot. No good by Burton. And now the Cougars will start fouling. So this is going to be on Nick Teeter. He picks up his first. And that'll put the Red Wolves at the line for two. It's going to be Lucas Huffman at the stripe here for IU East. .103 to play. First free throw, no good for Lucas Huffman. Now Williams comes over to check in. Miller plays Huffman on the make. Second free throw will go for Huffman. 70-58 with a minute 3 to play. Looks like maybe a foul here. And the officials are going to meet to talk about it. I've got 1:03 to go in the ball game, and the Red Wolves are up by 12, 70-58. And we've got a foul called on Jason Ray. And also a technical foul on Ray. So, see how this all goes down here. Elliott at the free throw line for IU Kokomo. And the official's going to be here again. So Ray was going to be hit with 2. He got that personal and the technical. So we got 1:03 to go. And Elliott at the free throw line. This is going to be 2 for the technical. As everyone else back behind center court. Hits the first one. It's going to be 70-59. And now one more. This is good as well. So now he's got 2 more. This is the third one. And now one more right here. So now it's down under a double-digit ball game. It's down to single digits, 70-61. And now the officials meeting to talk again. And now I'll come over and explain what's going on here to head coach Mark Hester. It's a 9-point ball game with 1:03 to go in the second half. All right, well, it's going to be IU Kokomo basketball. With 1:03 to go, a lot of noise coming from the IU East bench and the IU East fans. Right now, there's a lot of communicating going on between the officials, players, and coaches. It's inbounds, Kelly with the basketball. He's going to bring it down to the right side of the floor. 55 seconds to go in the ball game, and Kelly gets to the basket and scores. And it's 70-63, a full timeout taken here by IU Kokomo. 52.5 to go in the ball game. It's 70-63. Red Wolves on top by 7 with 52.5 to go in the ball game. Final seconds of the game coming up here on the Red Wolves Sports Network. Stay tuned. Don't go away. And back to IU East men's basketball here on the Red Wolves Sports Network. 52.5 to go in the ball game. It's 70-63 in favor of the IU East Red Wolves. Hoffman runs the baseline. He gets it inbounds to Jacoby Claypool. And Claypool passes on up the floor to Kyle Pippicher. And the foul committed here by IU Kokomo's number 1, Nick Teeter. He picks up his second personal. And there's 46.2 to go in the ball game. And got down to a 7-point game. There was a personal foul called on Ray, then a technical foul called on Ray. Ended up being 4 free throws for Trent Elliott. First free throw here for Kyle Pippeter is good. And Jason Ray will return. One more free throw here from Kyle Pippeter, first-year player on the Red Bulls uniform. 72-63, 46.2 to go. Don Williams back out on the floor for IU East as well. Inbounds to Kelly. He brings it down the right side of the floor. Across center court. On down to the corner. A little bit of a push off. Defended by Jason Ray. Gets the shot off. And now that's going to put him at the line for two. As Jason Ray picks up his third. .37 seconds to go of the ball game, and Kelly at the free throw line here for IUK. Kelly, a 78% free throw shooter. This is the first free throw. That'll bring Salinas and Pippeter back into the game for the Red Wolves. At 37 seconds to go after this free throw. Second free throw. Short off the rim. Kelly gets all the way down. Gets a basket. And he'll go to the line for one. Wow. So foul here on Vache Davis. 72-65. With 35.9 to go. And here's Kelly at the line for one. Gets the free throw to go. 6-point ball game, 72-66. And timeout taken by the Red Wolves. All right, it's going to be a full timeout taken by IU East, 72-66, 35.9 to play. Stay tuned, don't go away. Back to IU East men's basketball on the Red Wolf Sports Network. 35.9 to go. And it's going to be IU East basketball out of bounds at the opposite end from their basket. They'll be going from my left to my right. Throw it across the baseline to Lucas Huffman, and they get it in bounds. And the foul is going to be called here on Trent Elliott. And that's going to put Vache Davis at the free throw line here for IU East. 33.5 to go in the game. Vache Davis, IU East senior. This is the first free throw. Don Williams, Jason Ray back out for IU East. What a game here tonight. Second free throw good for Vache Davis, 73-66. Teeter brings it down the floor. All the way down to the rim, scores a layup for IU Kokomo, and it's 73-68. 5-point game with 27 seconds to go. 30-second timeout. IU Kokomo. Red Wolves lead by 5 here on the Red Wolves Sports Network. Back to IU East basketball on the Red Bull Sports Network. Same play to get it inbounds. And it's going to be thrown in to Burton. Tipped out of bounds off of the Red Wolves. 1 second came off the clock. And now Ray and Williams will re-enter the ball game for IU East. And it's going to be out of bounds on the right corner. It'll be taken out from the sideline. Inbounds to Kelly. Kelly inside the lane. And we've got a whistle called for the travel. That's going to turn it over to the Red Wolves with 22.3 to play. And now Pippinger and Salinas will return for the Red Wolves. So it's going to be a timeout taken here by IU East. And with it being 22.3 to go, it's going to be a full timeout, but we'll go ahead and keep it here during this full timeout. Talking a little bit about the next couple of games here for the Red Wolves. Of course, they're coming off of a loss at IU Southeast this past Tuesday. And a thriller here tonight at IU Kokomo. IU Kokomo, so it's gotten down to a 5-point ball game with about 22 seconds left in this game. IU East's next home game is going to be Saturday. It's the final home game of the season for the men's team. The women's team has 2 home games left, but the men will be at home Saturday against Brescia. Tips off at 2 p.m. And then they finish up the season at Alice Lloyd on Tuesday at 8 o'clock. The women will be at home on Saturday at noon, and then they travel to Alice Lloyd. They'll be playing the 5:30 game at Alice Lloyd on Tuesday, and then their final home game of the season will be a week from this Saturday against Midway. That'll be the final game of the season. So once again, if you didn't get all that, be sure to go to IUERedwolves.com. You can find news, scores, and rosters, and lots more there on IUERedwolves.com. And don't forget to go vote for Don Williams in that dunk challenge. He'll definitely appreciate your help. All right, 22.3 to go. Red Wolves taking it out. And a timeout taken by Lucas Huffman as he was struggling to get it inbounds and was trying to avoid that 5-second call. So it's going to be a timeout taken by Lucas Huffman and the IU East Red Wolves. And it'll be a 30-second timeout by the IU East Red Wolves. So be sure to make it out to the Tiernan Center this Saturday. Once again, it'll be senior day for the men's team, and it's also the Play 4K peak out game for the women's basketball team. That's all this Saturday. Be sure to make it out to the Richmond High School Tiernan Center. Always lots going on, and there's more than that going on from what I understand on Saturday, so just be sure to go to IUERedwolves.com and check it out. When the game preview is posted online, there's always a For the Fans section. Be sure to check that out and see what all is in store for the fans. I know for the women's game, Coach Sellers has already talked about how she'd rather you just donate to Bravo instead of pay for admission to get into the women's game on Saturday. So be sure to do that. We've got a foul here on IU Kokomo with 19.5 to play. And this foul is going to be called on number 20. That's Trent Elliott. He picks up his 4th. And now that's going to take Jacoby Claypool down to the other end of the floor for a pair of free throws. Jacoby Claypool, one of the sophomores on the Red Wolves roster. It's the first free throw to go. 74-68. One more free throw here for Claypool. It'll be good as well. 75-68. 19.5 to play. Ball inbounds to Teeter. Crosses over, goes to the middle. Teeter all the way down the floor to the rim. Doesn't get the layup to go, and Huffman with the rebound for the Red Wolves. Gets it to Don Williams. Almost broken up by IU Kokomo. Pass down to Vashe Davis. And Davis will be fouled, this time by Devin Burton. He picks up his 3rd, and that's going to seal the deal here at IU Kokomo. A tough fought battle between 2 of the IU regional campuses. And that's going to send Vashe Davis to the free throw line. He's going to have 2 free throws coming up here. First free throw is good for Vashe. 76-68. 5.6 to go. Second free throw good for Vache as well. 77-68, 9-point lead for the Red Wolves. And they throw it away on the inbounds play. And that's going to give it back to the Red Wolves with 5.6 to go. And the Red Wolves will actually get the basketball. Should be underneath of their own basket. I don't think anybody tipped it. No, it's going to be IU East basketball to the right of their own basket. 5.6 to go. And Claypool trying to find somebody to get it inbounds to. Throws it over into the backcourt. Lucas Hoffman chasing the ball. And now the final second starts to tick off the clock. It'll be thrown up to the middle to Jacoby Claypool. And that's the ball game here at IU Kokomo tonight. Tough luck game between these two teams. 77-68, the final score. The Red Wolves walk out of here with the win tonight. So great win here for the Red Wolves. IU East now improves to 17-11 on the season, 11-3 in the Kentucky Intercollegiate Athletic Conference. And IU Kokomo now 7-19, 3-10. Go ahead and go through the final stats. We'll start with IU East. They shot 47% from field, 38% from three-point range, and 61% at the free throw line. IU Kokomo, they shot 37% for both field goal and three-point range, and 67% from the free throw line. IU East had a total of 38 rebounds. Both teams tied in rebounding. IU East had 10 on offense, 28 in defense, and then 15 assists, 9 turnovers, 4 blocks, and 4 steals. For IU Kokomo, they had a total of 38 rebounds, 13 on offense, 25 on defense, and then from there, 14 assists, 12 turnovers, and 3 steals. Well, once again, the Red Wolves now 17-11 on the season, 11-3 in conference play, and now IU Kokomo 7-19, 3-10 in the Kentucky Intercollegiate Athletic Conference. So next game for the Red Wolves will be at home coming up on Saturday. The women's game against Brushall will be at noon. The men will follow at 2. So be sure to make it out to the Richmond High School Tiernan Center for Senior Day for the men's basketball team. So we look forward to seeing you there. And once again, final score here tonight, 77-68. Red Wolves take the win. Special thanks to Franklin Christ, our commentator from game number 1. And I'm Caleb Gillock, voice of your IU East Red Wolves. Thanks for watching. We'll see you Saturday on the Red Wolves Sports Network or at the Richmond High School Tiernan Center.